Chapter 1266. There was dead silence outside the battlefield. The evolvers from all races felt their scalps go numb. That was a great saint with a solid foundation, yet he was killed by Chowda just like that. The faces of the higher-ups who wanted to intervene and save Li Chintian twitched. The situation was too sudden. They thought that the martial madman's blurry figure could save Li Chintian. Who would have thought that the young martial madman was so cold and emotionless? He simply ignored him and only called him trash. He told him to continue fighting and watched helplessly as Chowda crushed him and slaughtered 7 great saints. Not only that, but what did they see? Chowda's eyes were like scarlet lightning. His hair was disheveled, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. He also wanted to kill the martial madman. Everyone was flabbergasted and incredulous. Chu Feng had gone berserk. His body emitted boundless light, and every move he made was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Thick bolts of lightning danced in the air. He was like a terrifying demon lord. He really charged at the martial madman. His hair danced in the air as his hands moved. 2 millstones could be vaguely seen, as if they could obliterate all living things in the world. "Martial madman, eat my fist," Chu Feng shouted. In fact, Chu Feng was secretly preparing the reincarnation soil and the black wooden spear the length of a chopstick. He could use them at any time. Damn it, he's crazy. This was everyone's thought. He really dared to attack the martial madman and was about to wave his fist at him. Who was the madman? Why didn't it matter if they switched places? This was Madman Chow. At this moment, everyone was in a state of confusion. That was because the real martial madman hadn't even gotten angry or made a move, but Chowda had gone crazy and was taking the initiative to attack. This caused everyone to stare blankly. At the same time, they felt waves of horror. What terrible things would happen if the martial madman was enraged? He wouldn't massacre the entire battlefield, would he? At this moment, even some of the higher-ups felt a chill down their spines. They thought that Chowda had gone completely crazy for being so audacious. That blurry figure stood in the darkness, devouring all light like a black hole. It was as if the most terrifying creature in the world had stopped here. As Chu Feng approached, he put his hands together and roared like a terrifying gray millstone. Many divine chains of order appeared, creating a terrifying scene. Many people revealed strange expressions. This looked like the ultimate millstone fist. Everyone had an illusion. Who exactly was the martial madman? Millstone fist. Sure enough, the blurry figure spoke with a strange expression. Wrong, this is the millstone fist. Chu Feng corrected. He formed a fist seal, which erupted with blinding light as he charged forward. At this time, the madman who had said, "Martial Chow," had the martial Yun star. However, the black shadow disappeared from its original position and appeared on the other side of the earth. It was still terrifyingly dark as it devoured all light. This was especially true when he was staring at Chu Feng's hands. For the first time, he revealed a peculiar expression. His dark eyes revealed a divine radiance that illuminated the entire battlefield like lightning. Chu Feng's heart trembled. Just now, he was about to take out his wooden spear and kill the martial madman in front of everyone. In the end, the shadow had teleported and was standing even further away in another direction. Chu Feng's heart sank. He wanted to kill the martial madman in front of everyone with his wooden spear, but the martial madman had teleported. Could it be that the martial madman had walked the reincarnation road and remembered some of the symbols on the millstone in the radiant city of death? Was that why he created the millstone fist? Could the martial madman have walked the reincarnation road and remembered some of the symbols on the millstone in the radiant city of death? That was why he created the millstone fist? This was terrifying. Even if he had the talisman, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it in the millstone in the radiant city of death. That was because even if he had the talisman, he would be muddle-headed and wouldn't be able to remain clear-headed on the radiant city of death. Only by being carried by the talisman and flying across the abyss to the stone embryo at the end of the reincarnation road would he be able to recover. In other words, other than Chu Feng, who had the stone jar, could traverse the reincarnation road with his physical body. He could also remain clear-headed in the radiant city of death. Theoretically, other people shouldn't be able to comprehend it. However, the martial madman's eyes were so strange. It was as if he had walked that path and understood something. This was naturally terrifying and horrifying. Originally, he was an invincible being in the prehistoric era. Now, it seemed like he had a previous life that was even more ancient. No wonder he was so tyrannical. "State your name," the figure in the darkness said coldly with a kind of transcendent and tyrannical calmness. "If you want to know who I am, there's no harm in telling you," Chu Feng said. He held his head high and chest out. He was indeed very heroic and domineering, especially since his body was stained with the blood of a great saint. He had just slaughtered 7 great saints, giving him a demonic temperament. He shouted loudly, "My name is Chao Yu, Chao Samlong." The battlefield was silent. Many people were petrified as if they had seen a ghost. What did he say he was called? Chao Yu. What did this have to do with the prehistoric Li Su? He must have said it on purpose. Of course, there were also people who were anxious and nervous. The way they looked at him had changed. "Martial madman, are you still a teenager? Come, fight me, Chao Yu to the death. Let's see who can leave this place alive." Chu Feng challenged and pressed forward again. At this juncture, there was no use in cowering. He had completely let go of himself. The martial madman's eyes were gloomy. He did not say a word and continued to stare at his hands, at the gray millstone-like fists. "Hey, martial madman, eat my fist." Chu Feng shouted and pounced again. He was incomparably brave. Golden light surged and vast energy surged. He was like a golden lightning that was extremely fast. This form of address was a little confusing. "How old are you? How dare you call yourself Old Chao? Do you really think you're Li Su?" In the distance, Six-Eared Macaque was scratching his ears. Of course, the most shocking thing was that Chowda was not bluffing. He really rushed over to kill the martial madman again. Everyone agreed that he was also a madman. What Chao Yu? Calling a madman Chao was not an exaggeration. What was surprising was that the blurry figure disappeared into the void and appeared at the end of the earth. He did not fight with Chu Feng and actually avoided him. "Martial madman, where do you think you're going? Chao Yu is here. Hand over your life." Chu Feng shouted and strode forward with his long legs. This was very surprising. The martial madman actually did not fight. Why? This was not in line with his temperament. Since he was young, he had been fighting bloody battles and defeating his opponents. Before he went into seclusion, he was still massacring sects and massacring the world. Why was he in a good mood now? This was not realistic. Broken armor turned to dust. Demonic nature no longer exists. Goodbye. These were the words of the martial madman. The dark figure was torn apart. Finally, his eyes took a deep look at Chu Feng. A beam of light flew out and disappeared into the horizon. None of the evolvers, including the celestial venerables, dared to chase after him. They were all very obedient and did not fear the martial madman. Chu Feng suddenly understood. This meant that the dark figure just now was just a decoration and did not have any combat power? Or did it inject the remaining energy into Li Chintian? Otherwise, even if it was the young martial madman, he would have already attacked. "Martial madman, where do you think you're going? Stay here. Chao Yu is here, and I will kill you today." Chu Feng strode forward and madly ran all the way. Just like that, he chased after it. He indeed wanted to kill that wisp of spiritual light. He thought that the beam of light that escaped from the demonic nature would bring information about this place and send a message. He always felt that the martial madman was very interested in his world-grinding fist and had a strange attitude towards him. Even if he was a young martial madman and was far from his peak, he seemed to know a lot of things. Therefore, he chased after him all the way. The people on the battlefield were petrified. This Chowda was really heaven-defying. Not to mention his other achievements, just his actions today would cause a huge sensation. For tens of millions of years, countless geniuses and geniuses had emerged, and there were also those who had amazed the world. They wanted to challenge the martial madman and destroy the source of darkness. But in the end, They went to his place of seclusion and some of the wretched lands where he might have lived in seclusion. In the end, they never returned. Not even a ripple was made. Since then, no one dared to offend him anymore. Since the last few peerless geniuses from prehistory disappeared, no one went to look for them and send themselves to death. But now, Chowda dared to roar like this and chase after the martial madman with large strides. This was simply a legend among legends, like the Arabian Nights. You're not allowed to escape. What martial madman? What undefeated legend? Today, I will beat you until your head bleeds and then kill you. Chu Feng shouted. After activating the divine feat, his feet glowed. Every time he stepped on the ground, the earth would crack and he would leap a long distance. His speed was very fast, and the sonic booms were deafening. Unfortunately, this was the Yang realm, and even a great sage couldn't fly. Behind him, the people were shocked. To kill the martial madman, one had to beat his head until it bled first. Why did they not hear of this before? Soon, they thought of a secret. Back in prehistory, Li Sanlong, once went to find a martial madman and beat him until his head bled. In prehistory, the martial madman's only defeat was when he encountered the Black Hand Li Xian. After pondering over this painful experience, he concentrated on research in order to crack this wondrous technique. This led to him slaughtering clans and exterminating sects, entering famous mountains and great rivers, and entering desolate swamps and wilderness to search for the strongest and most invincible wondrous techniques in the Yang realm. It's really Madman Chow. He said he wants to beat him until his head bleeds. Is he doing this on purpose to expose the past? The people were suspicious. What Madman Chow? He calls himself Chow Sanlong. Someone corrected. That wisp of light was too fast. In just a few flashes, it was about to leave the vast battlefield. Martial Madman, stop right there. Stay if you have the guts. I, Chow Sanlong, will beat you up single-handedly. Chu Feng shouted from behind, shaking the battlefield. The people were petrified. In any case, Chowda's name would spread throughout the various races today. Regardless of whether he had the strength to kill the young martial madman, his words and actions were enough to ignite public opinion. Do we really have to call him Chow Yu from now on? Someone sighed. Shameless bastard, don't tell me you want to use this opportunity to escape. I still haven't settled old scores with you. In the distance, Long Dayu was gnashing his teeth with a look of disdain. On the other side, over the Zhou clan, she was also speaking. She asked the old servant beside her to help make arrangements. She wanted to meet Chowda and have a chat. Miss, that's a great demon. He's very dangerous and shouldn't be approached. An old man reminded. Young lady, she raised her white chin and said, I don't care if he's not a great demon. I won't talk to him. Only a great demon is qualified. Chapter 12:67. Chu Feng strode forward with his long legs and chased after him. His speed was so fast that he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Along the way, sand and pebbles flew, the wind howled, and lightning danced. He was like a great demon as he passed through. Where are you going, martial madman? Do you dare to fight me? I'm going to slay the martial madman today. He shouted loudly, as if he was invincible and suppressing all enemies. Everyone was speechless. Madman Chow was so excited that he forgot himself and chased after the martial madman. His name was destined to shake the world. At the same time, many people cursed silently. How dare you say you want to slay a demon? I'm more like a great demon now. Only Long Dayu despised him. He was sure that the shameless G-Dade wanted to escape and deliberately made such a big commotion to make people think he was crazy. Hey, he's going to disappear, someone said. Yeah, where's he going? Chowda's really crazy. He dares to chase after the martial madman. Even if it's just a demonic nature in his youth, and he has no combat power, isn't he afraid of being punished afterwards? Everyone was discussing, and many people didn't realize that Madman Chow was running away. The horizon was completely quiet, but people were still discussing. Divine King Chi Feng of the nine-headed bird race had cold eyes. He flashed and chased after him. wanting to kill him when he was alone. Mi Hong and Li Jiuxiao immediately followed, worried that something might happen to Chowda. In fact, celestial venerable Qi Rong was the first to disappear from the battlefield, but no one noticed. He followed Chu Feng to the end of the horizon and appeared beside Chu Feng when he saw the martial madman's wisp of light dissipate completely. Senior, Chu Feng was no longer crazy and was very polite, but he was actually very unhappy. It will be difficult for him to leave now. Chowda, you're a bit reckless this time. That's an ancestor-level being in the field of evolution. If he's still alive, he'll most likely be invincible now. Celestial Venerable Qi Rong said sincerely and asked him to return to the camp. Chu Feng's expression was calm, but his heart sank. He had wanted to escape, but now it seemed that he couldn't. He had no confidence in crossing the void in front of an Empyrean. At the same time, he didn't want to use the reincarnation earth and the small wooden spear unless he had no other choice, because he didn't know if they could harm this kind of creature. Let's go back, Celestial Master Qi Rong said. At this moment, Divine King Qi Feng and the others of the nine-headed bird race also appeared and chased after him. Chu Feng was annoyed. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He nodded and said, "Okay." His temper also flared up. Originally, he wanted to quietly escape, brush his clothes, and leave just like that, hiding his achievements and fame. However, this group of people chased after him and didn't let him leave. What exactly was the meaning of this? Could it be that they wanted to trap him? Since that was the case, he might as well stay. He had won so many mystic realms, but he had yet to harvest them. This time, no matter what, he would be a disaster if he went first. Since he won't let me leave, then I won't be polite anymore. I'll harvest everything that belongs to me and not leave a single hair behind. This was what Chu Feng thought. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he felt that some people couldn't go back on their words. No matter what, they had to let him enter the mystic realm and harvest the creation materials first. Chowda, you should leave. Heavenly Venerable Yushang appeared with a solemn expression. He wanted to escort Chu Feng away. Otherwise, not to mention the martial madman's true body, he would be invincible even if he manifested an incarnation. Who could stop the martial madman? If he really attacked Chowda, no matter how many people tried to stop him, they would all die. It's fine, I won't leave, Chu Feng replied. Heavenly Venerable Yushang was a little anxious. He secretly transmitted a message to him, telling him that he had to leave or his life would be in danger. Chu Feng sighed. The old Heavenly Venerable had treated him well, and he didn't hide it either. He secretly replied that he had a way to protect himself. In fact, he felt that it would be difficult to leave even with the old Heavenly Venerable's protection. After all, there were more than one or two Heavenly Venerables on the battlefield. The people of the Qi generation have always been upright and above board. I won't leave until I kill the martial madman. Many people were speechless when they heard this. You're really bragging. Unless Li Su was reborn, who else could kill the martial madman? At the same time, there were also many people who wanted to say that the Qi generation was upright and above board. The people of the Yang realm weren't convinced. Li Su was a famous black hand from prehistoric times. He always hit people from behind with bricks and clubs. He always liked to use underhanded means. Of course, people also admitted that he was ridiculously powerful and invincible. However, his habit of using underhanded means had never changed. Chowda's return and entry into the battlefield immediately caused countless young experts from the Harmony Prefecture camp to burst into thunderous cheers like a tide. Even the people from Shimi and He prefectures revealed strange expressions. Some of the youngsters even resonated and joined in the heated discussion. From their point of view, Chowda's achievements today were too shocking. It was like a legend recorded in the history books. Not only did he kill a great sage, he even dared to berate the martial madman and chase him all the way. Most importantly, the martial madman had left. Regardless of the reason, the martial madman's demonic nature had dissipated in the horizon. This undoubtedly helped Chowda achieve his reputation. Senior, let's calculate how many secret realms I won, Chu Feng said. In front of everyone, He counted the spoils of war on the 3 battlefields. He had captured a group of saints and won all the secret realms of this level. There was no doubt that he had won a total of 10 secret realms. After that, he had defeated Li Chintian. This was a huge bet, and he had to calculate carefully. Li Chintian is such a good-for-nothing. He only won 5 secret realms. When he heard the exact number of secret realms, Chu Feng's face darkened. He suddenly felt unhappy. It was much less than he had expected. When the evolvers from the southern Shimi Prefecture heard this, their faces darkened even more. Only he would dare to say that he was a good-for-nothing. If it was another group of people, they would have long been wiped out by Li Chintian. Of course, their hearts were also bleeding. Only the heavens knew how many opportunities there were in 5 secret realms. If they really dug out a heavenly item like the Tao melting grass, its value would make even heavenly venerables jealous. How can it be so little? As a great sage, he actually couldn't wipe out the quasi-sage domain. What a shame. He actually didn't win 10 secret realms. When they heard Chu Feng shout so angrily, the people from the opposing camp felt like their lungs were about to burn. He had won so many secret realms, yet he was still acting like a loser. Some people sympathized with Li Chintian. He was already dead, yet he was still being ridiculed by his opponent. Someone explained, Li Chintian displayed too much strength. Some people who had won secret realms avoided fighting him, so he only won 5 secret realms in the end. Chu Feng curled his lips and said, "This is the result of being arrogant and domineering." He thought he was invincible and showed his strength too early. What was the result? He didn't get many benefits and was even beaten to death. Many people's faces twitched. Even if this was a slap in the face, there was no need to be so direct. Li Chintian was already dead, so what was the point of preaching? Furthermore, it sounded like he was boasting no matter how they thought about it. However, after thinking about it carefully, many people felt that this was indeed the case. Keeping a low profile is the way to go. This is the highest level of showing off. He doesn't understand this principle. Chu Feng shook his head and acted like an elder. The people from the opposing camp really wanted to kill someone. They wanted to kill Chowda. Why couldn't this guy keep his mouth shut? He was too unlikable. Furthermore, was he keeping a low profile? Some people gritted their teeth and agreed that Chowda had deliberately pretended to be mediocre and captured his opponents one by one. This was even more hateful. Oh yes, I even killed Illuminator Scum, Li Chintian's elder brother. What's his name? This was even more hateful. Scum? The faces of those from the southern Zhangzhou turned green. If the descendants of the martial madman were called scum, then what were they? No matter what, Li Chinquan was rather terrifying, yet he was actually evaluated in such a manner. Furthermore, he seemed to have forgotten what his name was. His name is Li Chintian, someone replied loudly. Yes, it's that scum. He won a few secret realms from the gambling battle, and they're also mine. Chu Feng emphasized. The faces of a group of evolvers from the southern Zhangzhou turned from green to blue. How could this be? Even the illuminator Li Chinquan couldn't rest in peace after his death. He was despised and demanded to settle accounts. At this moment, celestial venerable Qi Rong came out to smooth things over and said, "Forget it. Let's forget about this." He only obtained 1 or 2 secret realms. That was because he felt that it wasn't good to push the southern Zhangzhou too far. It was better to stop while one was ahead. Furthermore, when Chowda killed Li Chinquan, he didn't discuss any gambling battle. Even if Celestial Venerable Qi Rong tried to smooth things over, the evolvers from the opposing camp were still very resentful towards Chu Feng. Many of his opponents didn't look at him kindly, and their hearts were surging with anger. You guys are still not convinced? Why don't you hand over Li Chinquan's secret realms to me as well? I, Chao Yu, am a particular person. If you're not convinced, then follow the rules. Chu Feng stood there with his hands clasped behind his back and his chin raised high. The group of people were filled with endless resentment and really wanted to get rid of him. In prehistoric times, there was the big black hand Li Su, and in present times, there's the big black mouth Chao Yu, someone said with dissatisfaction. He always felt that it was better to sew his mouth up. It was really unlikable. However, apart from the enemies from the opposing camp, the others didn't think so. There was a wave of cheers from the Yongzhou camp. They were quite supportive of Chowda, especially the youths who were looking at him with somewhat fanatical eyes. Is the Yongzhou camp still recruiting? We want to join too. A large group of people shouted from afar. Most of them were rogue cultivators and evolvers from the neutral camp. This time, they heard that the 3 battlefields were betting on the secret realms, so they specially came to watch the battle. Now, some people wanted to join the Yongzhou camp because there was a great sage there. They really wanted to use this opportunity to chat and ask Chowda how he achieved the great sage realm. This kind of mythical creature was too rare. In the recent ancient times, it hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. Even if it did, it would reside in the forbidden lands or under the famous mountains and great rivers to accompany those ancestor-level old monsters who were about to die. Now that there was a living great sage, which young expert with ambition and wanted to work hard in this direction didn't want to communicate with him. It could be said that Chowda's presence in the Yongzhou camp was equivalent to raising a banner, attracting many new generations to join. In addition, there were also many evolvers with profound strength who wanted to join. This was because in the Divine King Domain battle, Li Jiuxiao, Mi Hong, Ji Kaixian, Xiao Shiyun, and the others had taken over more than half of the secret realms and swept them away. If it wasn't for the people from the opposing camp who had won a round avoiding the battle, the results would probably be even better. Even though the Yongzhou camp had lost in other realms, it was enough to have a great sage and a divine king domain. This was true strength. All right, you're welcome, Qi Rong said with a smile as he invited this group of rogue cultivators to join. Although they were called rogue cultivators, there were actually many who were descendants of aristocratic families. They hid their identities and were very low-key in the crowd. Even people from the dark underground organizations came over. No one knew their identities, but they also wanted to join. Among them were some of Chu Feng's old friends. The great river flows east, and the waves wash away everything. Among all the outstanding figures of the ages, only I, Lu Bohu, am left. A youth with rosy lips and white teeth waved a tattered folding fan. At first, he was elegant and suave, and then he ran wildly in this direction. Father, faster, were all pushed to the back. Over at the dark underground forces, the young reckless ox rode on the neck of his father, the reckless ox divine king, and charged forward. Of course, not everyone had fervent eyes. Although they were also emotional, it was definitely not passion, but resentment, and they wanted nothing more than to eat Chu Feng alive. Long Diyu turned into a beam of light. His speed definitely surpassed all the other saints, and his black and white hair fluttered behind him. He rushed over like a beam of flowing light, but he was still drowned by the sea of people because there were too many people rushing over. Some were even closer than him, and there was no end to them. G Dade, G Black Hand, G Big Pit, G Big Black Pot. I greet all 19 generations of your ancestors. Today, I must settle things with you. I can't bear it anymore, and I'm about to control the flames of anger and ascend. On the other side, the silver-haired girling Xiao Xiao was very lively and quick-witted. Her beautiful and flawless face was full of pleasant surprise as she also wanted to rush forward. In the end, her brother grabbed her by the wrist and said, "Which faction are you on? Come back." "Ing Wudi, let go of me, or else I'll fight you." Ing Xiao Xiao rebelled. In the distance, a few divine king-level elders from the Zhou family tried to dissuade her, but it was useless. She was now very much like a queen. She waved her hand and requested to set out to meet the great demon. "Miss, although he's a great saint with limitless potential, he offended the martial madman. His end won't be good, and he's bound to be miserable. No one in this world can save him," an old man advised earnestly. "So Noisy, lead the way." She took light steps and advanced directly behind the crowd. Many people flocked over. Many evolvers had a clear goal, and that was to rush toward Chowda. They were very enthusiastic and wanted to communicate with him on the spot. Great saints had too many secrets, and some supreme saints believed that they would also have the opportunity to step into that realm once someone broke through the veil. Chapter 1268. Chu Feng really couldn't handle it. The gazes of these people were fiery hot. The men's blood was boiling as they called out, "Brother," while the women's eyes wandered and their words were gentle. "Brother Chow, I'm 16 years old and in the prime of my youth. I want to ask for your guidance. Do you have time tonight?" A sweet voice traveled over. It was too charming and made half of the people's bodies go limp. Chu Feng also trembled and hurriedly turned around to agree. In the end, he saw a tall and sturdy woman smiling at him with a bloody mouth. Oh my God, he almost thought he had met Sister Dong Qing. They were equally matched and so majestic that they could compare. I have an appointment tonight. Fairy Qing Yin is treating me to a drink, Chu Feng hurriedly said. In the distance, Qing Yin's expression darkened slightly. At the same time, she felt a bit strange and complicated. She was dressed in white, elegant and otherworldly. Her fine black hair was soft and smooth, and her appearance was peerless. After being illuminated by the sun, her body seemed to have gained a kind of divine luster. It was as if her entire person was about to ascend to heaven. "Brother Chowda, I'm willing to grind and add incense to you." This time, it was still a woman, but she was much more normal and extremely beautiful. Moreover, some people recognized that this was a young lady from the white tiger race, and a direct descendant at that. Her hair was as white as snow, and her face was exquisite and flawless. It could be said that her charm was moving. Wasn't the white tiger race from the opposing camp? There were actually people who had come over. Evidently, their descendants had scattered to other camps and didn't plan to bet their treasures on one side. "Little brother, I'm from the Mount Wu beauty race. I also have a younger sister who looks exactly like me and is willing to follow the great sage." Another attractive young girl's voice traveled over. It was very pleasant to listen to, and, as expected, her appearance was outstanding. Not far behind her, there was another beauty who looked exactly like her. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Chu Feng was just about to open his mouth and happily agree. But at this time, another youth with a low and muffled voice wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Apart from that, there were even people who secretly transmitted their voices. "Dade, how dare you? You actually dared to come here." Chu Feng's mind was greatly shaken. Who was this person? To be able to identify his background, even though he didn't shout it out in front of everyone and only scolded him in secret, it was still very dangerous. Then he saw a face with a birthmark. His eyes of fire and gold were secretly activated. With a sweep, he immediately recognized that this was the freaking dragon from the desolate border. Long Dayu. The expression on his face suddenly flickered. His creditor had come knocking on his door. He had once made the strange dragon a scapegoat, causing him to become a notorious wanted criminal in the Yang realm. "This young master is Chao Yu." Chu Feng refused to admit it no matter what, as he sent a voice transmission. However, he was still a bit alarmed. The strange dragon was too strange, actually able to see through him. It was truly a bit terrifying. As Long Diyu gritted his teeth, he was also feeling pleased with himself. In his last life, he had once entered the realm of almighty beings and had taken a wisp of Dade's source aura. Now, he naturally had the means to recognize it. "Who are you trying to fool? I recognized you a long time ago." Long Diyu's eyes glowed fiercely as he threatened. "If you don't want to die, then give me the secret realm's fortune that you've won." This black-hearted dragon actually dared to extort him? Chu Feng's face immediately darkened. He emphasized again, "I am Chao Yu, but I know who you are. You're that strange dragon. Do you believe that I won't expose your identity and let a wanted criminal like you have nowhere to hide?" When Long Diyu heard this, he was instantly infuriated. He had become a notorious wanted criminal in the Yang realm because Dade had made him a scapegoat. In the end, this bastard had turned around and even threatened him. Now, he had not even planned to expose the other party, but the other party had retaliated first. Long Diyu was filled with righteous indignation. His anger could not be quelled, and he wanted to torture him. "Chao Yu, your sister. Using the name Sam Long is a form of blasphemy, a form of filth. It's too shameful. Those with the surname De are really nothing good. You caused me so much trouble. You made me carry the strongest scapegoat, almost causing my Hongshan refinement's strongest heart to collapse. And you, F asterisk her, just patted your ass and ran away as if nothing had happened. Tell me, if I expose you, will the Mo clan, the Shur clan, the six-eared macaque, Li Jiu Xiao, and the other elites let you go? In addition to the nine-headed bird clan, as well as the people from Huzhou and Zhangzhou, you'll have the whole world as your enemy. Dayu, look at how agitated you are. This is outrageous. To think that I treated you as a brother. Is this how you treat me? Are you going to expose me? Chu Feng changed his tone and appeared to be more friendly. However, it would have been better if he had not heard this. Once he heard this, Long Diu almost jumped up and said, "You treated me as a brother and gave me such a big scapegoat. If not as a brother, what did you give me?" Chu Feng laughed dryly and said, "There's a reason for this. Additionally, I want to tell you that we brothers aren't strangers. I've established an organization called the Four Beauties. There's an old demon from prehistory, a contemporary legend like me, and you. We'll move unhindered throughout the world. In the future, we'll sweep over the martial madman and change dynasties. But to hell with the Four Beauties. If you don't compensate me for my losses today, I'm going to scream and tell everyone who you are." Long Diu threatened. Chu Feng said, "Strange dragon, you're still trying to climb all over me? I'll also report you. Don't laugh at the second brother. We're actually grasshoppers on the same rope. If one of us is exposed, the other can't escape either. My crime isn't as heavy as yours. Don't be afraid," Long Diu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng sneered and said, "Do you really think I don't know your secret? I saw your true form in the lowest level of the dragon lair. You're an old demon, a prehistoric dragon reincarnated. God damn it, I'm starting to have some suspicions. What race is Li Su? Don't tell me he's also from the dragon race. Is he related to you? No, with your conduct, you can't be the invincible Li Su. You can't be his great-grandson, right?" After the strange dragon heard this, he was horrified. His true form underground had been seen by someone. If news of this got out, it would definitely cause a huge earthquake. His enemies would definitely come to kill him. They were all almighty experts, and some were even stronger. He had done many things that angered the heavens and people, and he was afraid that his true form would be exposed. In addition, the reincarnation hunters would definitely be mobilized. They would hunt him down from above and below, and it would be difficult for him to survive. At that time, Chu Feng had indeed seen his giant true form. At that time, an Empyrean was kneeling there, kowtowing to the dragon corpse. Of course, that Empyrean had already died there. Long Diu's expression flickered, and then he flew into a rage. G-Date had actually said that he was Li Su's great-grandson. Could this bastard with the surname De be Li Su's reincarnation? They were both despicable. Otherwise, why would he be called Chao Yu? I'll settle this with you later. The strange dragon turned and wanted to run. He felt that even if he overturned G-Dade, he would lose his life. It wasn't worth it. In his opinion, his life was 100 times more precious than Chao Yu's. Chu Feng shouted, "Don't be afraid. When the two of us meet again and explore the mystic realm together, you won't be lacking in benefits. If you run away now, I guarantee that I'll shout out your origins. Most likely, even Empyreans will come down to capture you. You definitely won't be able to escape." Of course, their conversation was secretly formed into a beam of spiritual energy and transmitted through sound transmission. It couldn't be made public. Long Diu was furious. He had actually been threatened instead. In the end, he broke the silence and cursed. "What four great beauties! You're giving me goosebumps." He was finding a way out of this embarrassing situation for himself. For the time being, he really didn't dare to leave. He was afraid that G-Dade would have a life and death struggle. Chu Feng didn't dare to let him leave. If this strange dragon escaped, he would probably immediately expose his true form, and he would die an extremely miserable death. Now, The two of them were really two grasshoppers on the same rope. Long Dayu didn't say anything, but he was thinking about how to kill Chao Yu. He wouldn't swallow this vexation even if he was beaten to death. He had to take such a big black pot, and he still wanted to compromise with him? No way. However, at this time, Chu Feng spoke in front of everyone. Little brother, I can see that your constitution is clear and extraordinary. Come with me. I'll teach you the great sage secret art. Long Dayu wanted to curse out loud. Who will want to walk with you? Besides, do I need you to teach me the great sage Tao? This dragon has already lived for 3 or 4 lifetimes and has long since stepped onto the path of the strongest. In this life, I'm going to defy the heavens. Who would want to be your little brother? However, many people looked at him with fiery eyes. They were jealous and envious, and their eyes were spitting fire. They wanted nothing more than to take his place. Long Dayu was a bit dizzy. He wanted to refuse, but he remembered that he ran faster than anyone else and rushed to Chao Yu's side first. If he turned around and left, it would definitely be unsafe and illogical. In the end, he woodenly agreed and followed beside Chu Feng. He had also thought things through. He wanted to walk together with Ji Dade and enter the secret realm together. He wanted to harvest all of Ji Dade's fortunes and rob this enemy. He was very confident. In addition to his own strength, he still had the body of his previous life. At the critical moment, he could use it to kill all enemies. However, he was still very unhappy because at this time, Chu Feng was smiling and patting his shoulder, calling him little brother. Little brother? Long Dayu was about to go crazy. How many years had it been since someone dared to call him that? Although he hadn't been a big brother for many years, he had once been an overlord. Today, he went out without looking at the almanac and kissed a malicious ghost. Chu Feng was also very unhappy. After taking in such a strange little brother with a mix of black and white hair and a large birthmark on his face, many powerful races had changed their tactics when approaching him. What about those beauties from before? They had all been replaced with male evolvers, and all of them had strange appearances. Suddenly, Chu Feng saw Lu Bohu. Seeing his fiery and excited eyes, his heart suddenly moved. He secretly used his fiery eyes to look at him and almost shouted out loud. His soul was the old donkey of the lesser netherworld, Lu Feiyong. Brother Chao, I, Lu Bohu, admire you so much. I want to follow by your side. The old donkey's lips were rosy and his teeth white. He had truly become a scholar of an aristocratic family. He waved his folding fan, and the depths of his eyes were quite fervent. Hot tears were about to roll out. Fortunately, there were many people around, and everyone was very excited. No one noticed his abnormality. Chu Feng's heart was also very warm, and his eyes were sore. After so many years, he finally saw a brother again. He really wanted to shout out loud, but he couldn't and could only endure it. At the same time, he was also speechless. This old donkey had tricked the Manchurian tiger into reincarnating as a donkey in the ultimate land of reincarnation. In the end, he turned around and ran off to become a scholar. Now, he was still called Lu Bohu. It really made people dizzy. If Dong Dahu were here, he would definitely strangle him to death. Moo, Brother Chowda, let me also follow by your side. A barbaric ox's voice came from another direction. Chu Feng's body trembled slightly. Who was that? He was riding on the neck of the barbaric ox race's divine king. His hair was combed back, and he was swaying his coarse horns. He was wearing sunglasses. This was a living miniature version of the Black Yak. His eyes were hot, and he almost cried. This was definitely the Black Yak. They had actually reunited here. At this moment, he thanked the heavens for allowing him to see some old friends. Back then, the talisman he gave to everyone was damaged. There was no way around it, because there really wasn't a complete one back then. Moreover, it was shared by everyone. He had always been worried that some people might not be able to awaken their past memories. For example, Dong Dahu was clearly by Chu Feng's side, but it took him a long time to awaken his past memories by accident. Now it seemed that the Black Yak and the old donkey had other fortunes and thus awakened. Chu Feng didn't look at them again because he didn't dare. Now was indeed not the time to reunite. He was very solemn as he said to everyone, I've just finished hunting down the martial madman. There might be a great disaster, so don't get too close to me. We're all brothers. We'll meet again soon if I'm fine." Then, he separated the crowd and walked out with Long Diu. These words were spoken in front of everyone, but they were actually meant for the black yak and the old donkey. Chu Feng was worried that the martial madman would return at any time and arrive in his true body. He didn't want to implicate his old friends, so he had to avoid this calamity first. However, a large group of hot-blooded youth shouted together, "We're not afraid." This included the black yak and the old donkey. Their eyes were almost brimming with tears. It wasn't easy to reunite in the Yang realm. They often woke up from their dreams. Back then, they had gone through thick and thin together, but in the end, they were separated by life and death and went their separate ways. It was truly too miserable. There's no need to be like this. You guys can't help me now and will only distract me. We'll meet again soon. Chu Feng separated the crowd and left with Long Diu. This was naturally a warning to the black yak and the old donkey not to expose themselves and not to recklessly reunite with him because of their emotions. At this moment, all the evolvers were saying that the great sage Chao De was benevolent and didn't want them to be in danger because they were too close to him. Only Long Diu was practically seething with anger. He really wanted to say, "Son of AB *TCH. It's so dangerous, and you have to pull me along? I'm greeting your second uncle." Chu Feng saw Lady Shi as soon as he walked out of the crowd. He hadn't seen her for many years. She had long since grown up and was peerless in style and beauty. She was comparable to Yao Yao's elegance. "Great sage Chao De, the godlike young lady is looking down at you from the heavens." Lady Shi giggled as soon as they met. The faces of the few elders beside Zhou Shi twitched. Wasn't it too disrespectful to speak like this to a great sage? Their expressions were somewhat awkward. However, Chu Feng's heart was greatly shaken, following which a warm current flowed through his whole body. He thought of the old matters in the serene realm. At that time, he and Lady Shi had experienced many things together. When he was tempering himself and stepping on the starry road, Lady Shi had always been by his side. However, Lady Shi had just come to the Yin realm at that time and was very afraid of the cold. She wasn't used to the Yin realm's environment. Sometimes, her face would be very pale and she could only hide in the sun. At that time, she used to say cheerfully and vivaciously, "When you raise your head, you'll see me. The godlike young lady is looking down at you from the heavens. You must always remember to revere the gods." This was a very profound old matter. Back then, Lady Shi and Chu Feng roamed the lesser Yin realm together. It left a very beautiful and warm memory for Chu Feng. Later on, Lady Shi had no choice but to return to the Yang realm. She shed tears of blood and swore to help them take revenge. At this moment, they met again. Chu Feng's heart was moved and his nose was slightly sour. That was because even though he had drunk Grandma Meng's soup and cut off too many fetters, he still remembered everything back then. He thought of those people, those things, and those years. "Girl, not bad. Very sweet. Which clan are you from? I'll come and snatch you in a few days." Chu Feng brushed past her and didn't recognize her. However, he knew that Lady Shi already knew who he was. Now wasn't the time. The martial madman might arrive, and he didn't want another tragedy to befall the people around him. Hence, he greeted her frivolously and walked over. The old divine king's servants of the Zhou clan all had dark expressions. Damn it, how could she speak like that? She dared to snatch people from the Zhou clan. Previously, they thought that their young lady spoke too casually and disrespectfully to the great sage. In the end, they discovered that this damned great sage didn't know how to speak. They really had a misconception that their young lady's attitude was to that great demon Chao's taste. Chu Feng pulled the extremely unwilling strange dragon out of the crowd and entered the Yongzhou camp. Long Diu was extremely unhappy. He really wanted to kill him and run away. However, there were celestial venerables around, so he didn't dare to shed all pretense of cordiality. This was simply stepping on hellhound dung and kissing a malicious ghost. He was full of resentment. At this time, The divine king of the nine-headed bird race, Chi Feng, sneered. You're about to die, yet you can still smile. It's not easy. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Chu Feng stared at him intently. The martial madman's faction will come. You're naturally a dead man. Chi Feng sneered. Which camp are you from? How dare you say such things? Chu Feng said coldly. I'm just speaking the truth. It has nothing to do with which camp I'm from, Chi Feng said with a fake smile. The martial madman isn't invincible yet. In prehistoric times, he was beaten by Li Su until his scalp bled and he fled. At this point, he glanced at the crowd and said, My sect isn't afraid of him. I'll ask the elders of my sect to come out and wait for the martial madman. If he really comes, we'll kill him. The crowd was incomparably shocked. Kill the martial madman? Boasting. Chi Feng sneered. Chapter 1269. Greetings, Great Sage Chao. I'm Zhou Yun, a reporter from the Heavenly Morning Post. May I ask what kind of state of mind you were in when you were hunting down the martial madman? Are you really not afraid of this invincible expert? When he arrived at the rear of a Yongzhou camp, a group of war reporters swarmed over and almost destroyed some of the large tents. I'm invincible. The Qi generation has never been weaker than anyone and has never known the meaning of fear. Chu Feng puffed out his chest and said solemnly. Everyone was speechless. Are you really going to change your name to Chao Yin from now on? The strange dragon had the urge to smack the back of his head. Londi knew very well that Ji Dade was clearly trying to escape when he was hunting down the martial madman. Great Sage Chao Da is heroic and valiant. May I ask which sect you're from? Another war reporter asked. This topic was very sensitive. In the past, everyone thought that he was a rogue cultivator, but after he displayed the ultimate fist, many people suspected that he might have a terrifying orthodoxy behind him. A small sect, not worth mentioning. But against an aristocratic family like the nine-headed bird race, I reckon I can wipe out dozens of them. The divine king of the nine-headed bird race, Chi Feng, was right in front of him. He curled his lips when he heard the first half, thinking that Chao Da was self-aware. But when he heard the second half, he immediately wanted to kill him. Greetings, Great Sage Chao Da. I'm Zhou Yu, a reporter from the newspaper with the largest circulation in the Yang realm. On behalf of all the sages, I'd like to ask you solemnly how you achieved the realm of a great sage. If it's convenient, please guide the future generations on the right path. Everyone will be grateful. A red-haired beauty with a flushed face was very excited. She was interviewing Chu Feng like this to explore the secrets of a great sage. To become a great sage, one needs to constantly improve their physique, and a strong physical body is a necessary element. I remember my 9th master hunting 9-headed birds for me every day since I was born. He drank their blood and ate their bone marrow to strengthen his muscles and bones, allowing all the cells in his body to contain the potential of the forbidden attribute. Look, when I use a bit of saint-grade energy, my blood chi surges to the sky and the corpses of gods appear. This is the embodiment of my foundation. Chu Feng spoke with fervor and assurance, speaking without thinking. The surrounding people were very excited. Was this one of the secrets of a great sage's growth? Many people quickly noted it down and wanted to continue asking for guidance. However, 9-headed bird Chi Feng's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was boundless. He admitted that he had always wanted to kill Chao Da, but he never had the chance. Meanwhile, the other party wasn't of the good type either. This was simply a mouthful of nonsense, wishing for the 9-headed bird race to die. If this type of rumor truly spread, all of the powerful races under the heavens would hunt down the 9-headed bird and obtain its true blood. At that time, their race would definitely be wiped out, although many people could not believe it. However, there were some clans that had no other choice but to try everything they could. They doted on their descendants too much, so there really was a chance that they would hunt down the 9-headed bird and obtain its blood. This was dangerous. Chi Feng's complexion was ashen. Because of a single sentence from that bastard Chao Da, their clan had taken on many potential risks for no reason. Great Sage Chao Da, May I ask why he drank the blood of a nine-headed bird? Is there some kind of karma involved? Another reporter asked. Didn't I just say that I'm going to absorb forbidden energy to baptize my body? Everyone knew that the pure-blooded nine-headed birds came from the 11th forbidden area in the world, so they naturally had the attribute of a forbidden area. What is a forbidden area? It's all in those forbidden areas. Do you all understand now? In fact, it's not like there aren't any great sages under the heavens apart from me. There are definitely a few more, and they're all in the forbidden areas. Chu Feng was extremely solemn as he replied earnestly. According to what he said, the creatures in the forbidden areas naturally contained special energy factors and possessed a certain forbidden attribute of the forbidden areas. As such, they could be considered great supplements. Divine King Qi Feng's lungs were about to explode. This Chow Does words never left the nine-headed bird race, and he swore he wouldn't rest until he killed them. He splashed basin after basin of dirty water on them without end. He was already prepared to kill someone. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the Yongzhou camp couldn't watch this any longer. They stopped the war reporters and didn't allow any interviews. I spoke my mind in a moment and revealed the cultivation secrets of our orthodoxy. You all better not spread it. If you really announce it, I won't admit it either. I have to not believe in rumors and not spread rumors. At the same time, I won't refute them. You all can do as you see fit. At the final juncture, Chu Feng was still dawdling. The group of old monsters were speechless. This brat didn't forget to add fuel to the fire, even while shirking responsibility. Is the nine-headed bird race's blood really effective? The monkey bared his teeth and moved closer. It's effective. Chu Feng nodded solemnly. Good. I'll go hunt a few of them when I return. If I don't become a great sage, I won't appear in this world again. The monkey said fiercely. In the distance, the old monkey's 6 ears flapped. After hearing this, he almost pulled out a few of his whiskers. If you don't appear in the world, aren't you crippled? When I return, I also want to drink a jar of the nine-headed bird race's king blood. Peng Wanli nodded. He was very sincere and actively cooperated. This made the group of war reporters who were about to leave excited. They were about to reach a climax, and they left in satisfaction. There will be explosive news in tomorrow's headlines. Disperse, disperse. I won't believe in rumors, spread rumors, or refute rumors. Chu Feng waved his hand. Mother of Asterisk Kerr, some people from the nine-headed bird race wanted to rush over and kill him. Chowder was too shameless. Chu Feng's departure made the group of people gnash their teeth, but they couldn't make a move in public. However, Chu Feng's days couldn't be considered good. Killing great sage Li Qintian was a small matter, but hunting down the martial madman was too troublesome. Everyone was worried that the martial madman's faction would come out and directly kill their way into the battlefield. The atmosphere inside the golden tent was solemn. They were all old fellows, and chaotic chi lingered around them. The entire tent was hazy and indistinct, and their figures couldn't be seen clearly. Some people suggested to tie Chowda up and wait for the martial madman's faction to come knocking. Then, they would push him out to appease the martial madman's faction. This led to an intense quarrel. The Yongzhou overlord disciple, Sun Hao Yuan, was the first to stand out and firmly opposed. If they did so, the Yongzhou camp would be finished. There would be discord, and no one under them would be willing to risk their lives. This was equivalent to destroying their own solid foundation, the nine-headed avian race's old ancestors said sinisterly. Not to mention the martial madman himself. Even if the faction's eldest disciple were to come out, who could stop him? This made everyone silent and depressed. There were rumors in the world that the martial madman's youngest disciple had already become an almighty many years ago, let alone others. His youngest disciple was a woman, and one of her disciples was the supreme martial heavenly lord. The more they thought about it, the more they shuddered. The martial madman's faction was too terrifying. If they were to launch an attack in the Yang realm, they might be able to wipe out all the major sections. Even the strongest clans like the Li clan and the Buddhist clan would find it difficult to stop the martial madman's faction if their patriarchs had passed away. The quarrel was very intense. The 9-headed avian race's old ancestor, the 12-winged silver dragon race's old ancestor, and the others all had cold eyes. They all wanted a hand chowder over. Absolutely not. Heavenly Lord Yushang tried his best to stop them. The 6-eared macaque race's old ancestor was also against it. He believed that this was not a way to survive. Instead, it would lead to a mutiny, and many evolvers would rebel. Don't mention this anymore, Hao Yuan said. He also emphasized that his grandmaster, the overlord of Yongzhou, was a match for the martial madman, and that there was no need to fear him. Everyone was silent. Although they knew that the one from Yongzhou was heaven-defying, it was still somewhat inconclusive when compared to the martial madman. Many people believed that the two were experts of the same level. It was just that the martial madman was too experienced. Perhaps his methods were more unpredictable. Of course, there were also those who believed that the one from Yongzhou obtained the primal chaos truncheon. This was the tangible form of the great Tao of heaven and earth, while the two from Hezhou and Shanzhou obtained the myriad tribulations mirror and the reincarnation lamp, respectively. Some said that the combination of the three weapons was the ultimate. Now, the overlord of Yongzhou had already obtained one of them. Even if he wasn't as shrewd as the martial madman, he should still be undefeatable with the primal chaos truncheon in hand. According to legend, the one from Yongzhou was smashed into charcoal in his previous life because he forcibly took the tangible form of the great Tao, the primal chaos truncheon. During that era, he was already in control of 1/20th of the Yang realm's territory with matchless divine might. However, he was killed by the most powerful heavenly tribulation in the history of the Yang realm because he wanted to become an ultimate evolver. In reality, he didn't die. It was just that his body had dried up and turned into charcoal. After a long period of time, he had revived and fully recovered. From a certain perspective, Harmony Province's overlord also had extremely heaven-defying roots. No one could surmise his true origins, and no one knew his true origins. Therefore, some people had great confidence in him. Even so, under the summons of Hao Yin, Yu Shang, and the others, who said that they couldn't fall into disarray, they were still in a deadlock. They couldn't decide whether to save Chowda or hand him over. Chaos lingered in the golden tent, and everything was blurry. The discussion among the higher-ups was fruitless. There was no result here, and no bad news had spread. However, Chu Feng was the first to act. He couldn't wait any longer and asked Celestial Venerable Qi Rong for the secret realm. He wanted to harvest the creation substance. Some old monsters were speechless. They were discussing whether they should sell him or not, but he was still jumping around as if nothing had happened. He really didn't want to keep a low profile. In fact, Chu Feng had a bad premonition. He wanted to harvest the creation substance in advance and ruin the secret realm that he should get, then run away. In the end, Celestial Venerable Qi Rong personally walked out of the tent with a smile on his face. He advised him not to be anxious. At present, the three camps still needed to coordinate and divide the ownership of the secret realm. How long will it take? Chu Feng asked. At least 2 or 3 days, Celestial Venerable Qi Rong replied. Chu Feng's hair stood on end when he heard this. He really couldn't wait. No matter how vast the Yang realm was, and even if the martial madman's true body was in a deep slumber, he would receive the news in 2 or 3 days. At that time, if he didn't leave, he would definitely be refined into ashes. As for the sect he mentioned, there was indeed such a place, but it didn't have much to do with him. He was lucky enough to go to that mysterious area, but the creatures there weren't his master, so he probably couldn't invite them. On that day, Chu Feng left Long Dayu behind and wanted to find a place with no one around to escape. He wanted to use the Heaven Escape talisman that Old Gu gave him. However, a Celestial Venerable came out and waved at him, not allowing him to leave. Obviously, he was being closely watched and couldn't escape. Chu Feng was evaluating. Old Gu gave him the Heaven Escape talisman, and in theory, a Celestial Venerable wouldn't be able to stop him. However, there was more than one Celestial Venerable here. If the old guys attacked together, he would probably die miserably, and the Void Passage would be destroyed. Celestial Venerable Qi Rong comforted him. The secret realm would open soon, and it would be fine after 2 days. Not long after, Divine King Qi Feng came and said, "Hee, you wandered around like a thief. Are you trying to escape? I advise you to give up and wait for the arrival of the martial madman's faction." The three-headed divine dragon Yun Ta and the others also appeared, gloating. There was joy on their faces, but also coldness. At this point, they all agreed that if Chowder was given time, they would be far from being his match in the future. Once they fought, they would all be killed miserably. Look at your faces. You're a typical traitor, young traitor, and butt face. Damn it, sooner or later, I'll slap you to death with the bottom of my shoe. Chu Feng didn't give them any face and said coldly. He turned around and ignored them. Qi Feng was furious and wanted to attack. However, he held back after some thought because he had to hand Chowda over to the martial madman's faction. If he killed them now, how could he explain to them? At the same time, he also understood that if he really attacked, some people wouldn't be polite to him. Li Jiuxiao, Mi Hong, and the others were approaching and not far away. Celestial Venerable Yushang also came, but he was stopped by someone and couldn't approach Chu Feng. Chu Feng's expression didn't look too good. In the end, he gave it some thought and decided to make a last resort. He still had to find someone to kill the martial madman. If he could really get that person to come out, there might be great things to look forward to. Help me prepare the sacrificial offerings. I want to invite people from my sect to kill the martial madman. Chu Feng sent someone to pass the message to the logistics personnel to prepare rare and powerful blood food for him. What are you pretending to be crazy for? What are you trying to do? Just wait for your death obediently. Qi Feng sneered. What do you know? Get Celestial Venerable Qi Rong and the others here. I want to offer sacrifices. I want to invite someone, a truly invincible existence. Do you know why I'm called Chaoyan? It's related to my sect, #1 in the world. If you don't know, then shut up. Chu Feng berated like he was scolding a chick. He didn't put the infamous Qi Feng godly king in his eyes and didn't fear this 9-headed bird at all. You're really courting death. Qi Feng's expression was cold. However, Li Jiuxiao, the monkey's brother Mi Hong, and the others appeared and blocked his way. In an instant, the news spread that great sage Chao Da was going to invite his master to come out and suppress the martial madman's faction. This immediately caused a huge commotion. Which sect did great sage Chao Da's master belong to? What kind of background did he have? This piqued everyone's interest and caused a huge uproar. Even the celestial venerables were alarmed and couldn't remain calm. You just play into the gallery. What sect do you have? You just happened to enter the ruins and obtain the inheritance. If you have a background, why did you hide it earlier? Why don't you have any protectors? Qi Feng sneered. He didn't believe it. In the end, he said, I'll see who you can invite today. Don't tell me you're using some random person to make up the numbers. Chapter 1270. 15,000 gene of heavenly dog meat. Give me 2 earth devil sparrows of more than 5,000 gene. Chu Feng reported the list. He said he would return to the sect and ask the Yongzhou camp's logistics department to prepare the supplies for him. These were all bloody ingredients. At first, the logistics department was still wondering what kind of relative this was. Which sect needed so much meat? How many years had it been since they had eaten meat? Soon, they were horrified. The great sage Chao Da's demands were becoming more and more outrageous and taboo. Some of the meat's origins were too frightening. Can you give me 2,000 gene of phoenix meat? I know this thing is rare, so I want a little. What? No, how can I do that? It's rare to show filial piety to the elders of the sect. I can't take out something too inferior. Chu Feng asked for the rare meat with a serious expression. I really don't have it. It's rare to see a phoenix bird in 1,000 generations. Ever since the Phoenix dynasty was destroyed, the remaining members of this race have all lived in seclusion on a deserted island in the ocean. They can't be found anymore. The logistics personnel spoke the truth and felt waves of apprehension. Chu Feng agreed. This was indeed the truth, especially when he had fought against Li Qingquan not long ago. The other had used the Phoenix race's peerless secret technique, and a case had surfaced. Back then, the immortal dynasty founded by the Phoenix race had been destroyed by the martial madman. Otherwise, other clans wouldn't have the strength to do so. Even a martial madman would have to pay a great price. Forget it, I'll pass it off as good. Give me 20,000 gene of nine-headed bird meat, said Chufeng. The logistics personnel staggered and almost fell to the ground. What a joke. The nine-headed bird race was a race that came from the Forbidden Zone. Who would dare to hunt them? I've eaten it before. It's not bad. Moreover, what are you panicking for? Even if they came from the Forbidden Zone, their race isn't the lord of the 11th Forbidden Zone. I reckon they're just family warriors and can't compare to the Phoenix. I'm passing off as good. The group was speechless. Just because you've eaten it doesn't mean we dare to hunt it. You're Madman Chao, someone who even dares to hunt down the martial madman. You don't want to live, but we still want to live. I really don't. The people of the logistics department were all drenched in sweat. If they really killed a nine-headed bird, the clan would definitely explode and overturn the logistics department. Moreover, the nine-headed bird race's old ancestor was in the camp. That was a veteran heavenly deity whose strength was immeasurable. Who would be tired of living and provoke the nine-headed bird race? Really, I really didn't. Then give me 10 golden mammoths, 9 black abyss flood dragons, 2 carts of those mountain birds called wyverns, 15,000 pounds of crocodile meat, and 2 golden-eyed single-horned sky-splitting bears. At first, the logistics personnel were prepared to record it down, but in the end, their foreheads were full of sweat. Where could they find these people? They were all powerful races, so who would dare to randomly hunt them? Soon, the people in this area were discussing spiritedly. The news had actually been leaked. When the nine-headed bird race's divine, King Scarlet Peak, heard this, he was about to explode. This was truly preposterous. Chao Da was actually exchanging their flesh and blood, wanting to offer them as sacrifices. He really had the urge to disregard everything else and kill this bastard first. Who cared if there would be a flood after this? However, he was stopped by the elders of his race, who clearly told him that there was no need to be angry with a dead man. Chowdhuck was about to die. He dared to chase after the martial madman, and even if Li Su came back to life, he might not be able to save his life. This time, even if the martial madman didn't appear, his disciples wouldn't let the matter rest. They would definitely appear on the three-way battlefield and absolutely kill Chowda. After so many years, who would dare to disrespect the martial madman? Even the Buddhist ancestor, Tao ancestor, and patriarch of the Hung race didn't dare to treat him lightly and had to be on guard, let alone the current era. Scarlet Peak was secretly angry. He clutched his chest because he was so angry that it hurt. It took him a long time to calm his emotions, or else he would feel like he was about to burn up. In the logistics department, Chu Feng was very dissatisfied. He was actually very unhappy that the news had actually been leaked. Then, a small leader, who was also the person in charge of the warehouse, contacted him and tried his best to satisfy his requirements. However, he found that he really couldn't provide the flesh and blood. Are you stupid? Where's this? This is a battlefield that has engulfed the world, and so many experts have died recently. Where are the corpses? Where are they? Wouldn't it be enough to send me 1,000 of them? Are those races that I mentioned difficult to find? I reckon that even the nine-headed birds have died, right? Xu Feng's suggestion stunned the person in charge of the logistics department. This is actually possible? He was a little confused. Are you sure that this is for the elders of the sect? Cut the crap. Don't think that I don't know where the ingredients for the main kitchen in the rear of the battlefield came from. You guys must have transported the corpses of those fierce birds and beasts, right? They're all enemy corpses. The person in charge of the logistics department was sweating profusely as if he had been washed. He was really a little scared. If this matter were to spread out, it would probably cause a huge uproar. Now you should know what to do, right? Xu Feng reminded him. The person in charge of the logistics department wiped his cold sweat and nodded. He felt that he needed to quickly send this god of plague away and try his best to satisfy him. They were also secretly thrifty and greedy. They didn't collect all the resources, but used the corpses of fierce birds and beasts collected from the battlefield. If this matter were to spread out, the impact would be extremely bad. Yes, don't forget the flesh and blood of the nine-headed bird. You can definitely find it. Also, don't forget the 12-winged silver dragon. Remember, try to make these two races as fresh as possible. Don't take those that have been dead for a long time. After the person in charge of the logistics department heard this, he was about to cry. These two races were already difficult to find, and now they had to be fresh. Where could he find them? Chu Feng reminded him again and said in a low voice, "Go take a look among the injured. If there are 9-headed birds or 12-winged silver dragons, they are half dead anyway. Just strangle them to death." Damn! The person in charge of the logistics department panicked. How is this a straightforward brother? This was a great demon. Was he crazy? No wonder he dared to chase after the martial madman. He hurriedly sent Chowder away. He didn't dare to continue the discussion, even if he was beaten to death. Afterwards, he heard that Chowder went to the sick ward and strolled over there. He was immediately so scared that his face was drained of blood and his hair stood on end. In reality, Chu Feng wasn't so deranged. Even if he was dealing with an enemy, he still wouldn't go so far as to do this. He was just putting on an act and leaving after one round. I've always been too soft-hearted. Chu Feng sighed. Long Dayu had been following him all along. After hearing what he said, he really wanted to spit on his face and said, "You're so lacking in morals. Are you really going back to the sect? Are you sure you're not going to some hell abyss to summon an indescribable prehistoric monster into the world?" Chu Feng shot him a glance and said, "Huh? Are you a purebred dragon? Your bloodline is powerful, and you were once an almighty being. Your soul light is fresh and delicious. Come with me. Let's go back to the sect together. Get lost. Stay away from me. I won't go even if you beat me to death." Long Dayu felt his blood run cold. "Do you still have the appearance of a little brother? How dare you berate me?" Chu Feng directly cut him. Long Dayu flew into a rage out of humiliation and was about to fight to the death with him. However, Divine King Mi Hong of the 6 Years race came and made him immediately become well-behaved. He didn't dare to step out of line in front of others. In the end, he was tapped on the forehead by Chu Feng and then kicked in the buttocks. This made the strange dragon so angry that green veins were popping on his forehead. "My liver hurts. Ever since I met the degeneration, I haven't been able to have a day go smoothly. I've become the most powerful scapegoat and become the most wanted criminal in the Yang realm. Now, I'm just short of wearing a green hat, and I'll have a grand slam." Long Dayu spewed out white smoke from his nose. That day, the logistics department was very helpful. They sent over a dozen large carts of ingredients to the outer clouds and fully satisfied the great sage Chao Da's requirements. They only hoped that he would quickly disappear. Among them, there really was half a body of the 9-headed bird race and a 12-winged silver dragon. However, they had been dealt with. One was disguised as a pheasant, while the other was disguised as a silver pangolin. Both were buried under the ingredients. Chu Feng was very satisfied and couldn't wait to leave the camp. In fact, he was also very anxious. He was afraid that he would be blocked here by the martial madman's faction. If that happened, he would definitely die a miserable death. However, when Chu Feng was about to leave, he was once again obstructed. Even though he had already informed them in advance and passed through some of their spies, he was still targeted. With the 9-headed bird race and the 12-winged silver dragon race as the leaders, they wouldn't let him leave. In Chi Feng's words, Chao Da was already a dead man, so what was the point of tormenting him? Chu Feng became hostile on the spot. The other party had blocked him in the camp like this, which was equivalent to taking his life. The 9-headed bird race took drastic measures and blocked him like this. If they didn't let him leave the Harmony Prefecture camp, he would be killed in 2 days at most. His soul might even be plucked out. Don't waste your energy. You're doomed to die. So what's the point of acting? What sect do you have? What foundation can you, Chao Da, have? Who can stop the martial madman in the Yang realm? Perhaps the Harmony Prefecture's overlord can, but he won't come out of seclusion just for you and personally come to the battlefield. Chi Feng sneered and blocked Chu Feng's path. He was tall and had a head full of blood-red hair. His face was filled with delight as he waited for Chao to die a miserable death. Li Jiuxiao came and glanced coldly at divine King Qi Feng. Mi Hong also appeared with a black gold rod in hand. He supported Chu Feng and stared at Qi Feng. However, a celestial venerable appeared in the primal chaos. It wasn't the nine-headed bird who was saving the old ancestor, but someone else who was also obstructing Chu Feng from leaving. Very soon, Chu Feng received a piece of very bad news. Someone had detected that the wisp of light that the young martial madman flew away had entered the northern region of the Yang realm. This made one's scalp go numb. It was speculated that this lineage had always been entrenched in the north and had been in seclusion in a dangerous land. Moreover, it was rumored that there were special fluctuations coming from some terrifying regions in the north. An abandoned ancient altar of this lineage was emitting a faint light and was actually moving. What did this mean? Everyone's scalps went numb. People speculated that the wisp of light had most likely encountered the peerless powerhouses of the martial madman's lineage, and that there would be a shocking change in the near future. Some people were guessing whether the martial madman's true body had come into being again after so many years, or if his disciple had come out of seclusion and stepped into this vast battlefield. Therefore, a celestial venerable personally took action to stop Chu Feng from leaving. To Chu Feng, the situation was rather critical. If he was half a day late, or even 4 hours late, his life would most likely be in danger, and his outcome would be very miserable. At this time, Qi Feng sneered and didn't say anything else. Since a celestial venerable had appeared to ask about this matter and personally stop him, there was naturally no need for him to take action. He could just sit and wait for Chowda's death to arrive. Chapter 1271. It was terrible to be blocked by a celestial venerable and besieged by the nine-headed bird race, unable to escape with the offerings. In particular, Chu Feng had also heard their discussions and knew why an Empyrean had personally moved out and changed their attitude towards him, directly intercepting him. It was the altar abandoned by the martial madman that was glowing. Was he really going to appear? Chu Feng's heart sank. Would the worst-case scenario attract the martial madman's attention? For a young, great sage like him, the old man would come personally? That was too terrifying. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Before the martial madman left, he had stared deeply at Chu Feng's world-shattering fist. The martial madman stared at the row of golden symbols that Chu Feng had carved. It came from the reincarnation road, from the rough stone millstone in the radiant city of death. Chu Feng felt his hair stand on end. He was starting to believe his previous conjecture that the martial madman might be someone who had escaped reincarnation and was even more astonishing than ordinary reincarnators. His origins were even greater, and his identity was shockingly ancient. This lunatic made people feel scared. Chu Feng was a little worried. If the martial madman put down his arrogance and came personally, the situation would be terrible. Who could stop him? Who could fight him? Was there anyone as fierce as Li Su in the world? Could the person he invited stop the martial madman? Maybe, but he was not sure. Could he invite him? How would I know if I don't try? I must make him appear. If he can intimidate the martial madman in the future, Chu Feng pondered. If he could stop the martial madman this time, he would be able to walk in the world openly in the future. Who would he be afraid of? Once he succeeded, he would be related to that lineage and become their nominal disciple. Who would dare to kill him in the future? Even if he exposed his true identity and shouted that he was the human trafficker Chu Feng of the lesser underworld, no one would dare touch him. In the end, Celestial Venerable Qi Rong, the disciple of the Yongzhou overlord, Celestial Venerable Haoyan, the old six-eared macaque, Celestial Venerable Yushang, and others came. Chu Feng was very frank and told them that he only needed 4 hours to invite the elders of his sect to stop the martial madman. Heavenly Venerable Yushang was naturally extremely protective of him, wishing for him to smoothly escape from this place. However, the others didn't believe him, not believing that any inheritance could be this domineering. Divine King Qi Feng taunted, "You want to escape? What a clumsy excuse. Are you going to ask Li Yi for help? Ha, too bad he's dead. The Kuan dragon, three-headed divine dragon, Yun Tual, and the others revealed strange expressions when they heard this, and then they sneered in ridicule. Who in the present age could stop a mad demon? Who would stand up for Chowda at this moment? It was utterly impossible. Celestial Lord Qi Rong asked, Chowda, where exactly is your sect? Which orthodoxy is it? A frog at the bottom of a well. Do you think that inviting Li Su will shock the world and make the gods weep? If I were to invite an even more terrifying expert, wouldn't you be scared out of your wits? Chu Feng said, and then he hurriedly explained that he wasn't targeting Celestial Lord Qi Rong. He was saying this for the others to hear. He swept his gaze across the nine-headed bird race, the 12-winged silver dragon race, and the others. Of course, he also shot a glance at Celestial Lord Qi Rong. What are you boasting about? I've tolerated you for a long time. If you can invite an invincible existence that surpasses the ancients and dazzles the contemporaries, I'll eat him in one bite. A young man from the nine-headed bird race shouted angrily. He clearly didn't believe Chu Feng's words. He sneered and ridiculed Chu Feng, thinking that a great saint like him could only spout nonsense and deceive others to prolong his life. Divine King Qi Feng didn't stop his cousin. Instead, he nodded and said, some people like to put on a show, but they don't know that the curtain will fall sooner or later. Once the disguise is exposed, the reality will be very cruel. Life won't be as exciting as the show, and they will die very miserably. Then, he directly mentioned Chowda by name. Chowda, I'm talking about you. I know you had some opportunities, and you even became a great saint because of the Tao-fusing grass. However, you want to fabricate an illustrious background to deceive us? It's a waste of time. I'll wait for you to crawl under someone else's feet like a dead dog. You will definitely die miserably. Chu Feng's eyes turned cold when he heard this. He was extremely disgusted with this race. However, after thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh. If he really invited that person, would the nine-headed bird race want to eat that person? It was more likely that the nine-headed bird race's old ancestor would be eaten until he lost an arm or a leg. All right, who said that? Give me some time. I don't need that long. 2 hours is enough. All of you, follow me to invite that person. Chu Feng said this. He took a step back and shortened the time. Moreover, he allowed them to follow him so that they would know where the mountain gate was. At this time, many people revealed strange expressions. This kind of condition was indeed very sincere, and Chowda absolutely had no chance to escape. With a celestial venerable following him, how could Chowda escape under his nose? Celestial venerable Yushang naturally spoke up for him and completely stood on his side. The other higher-ups also revealed strange expressions. Chowda was so confident. Could it be that he really had a great foundation? For a moment, they thought of a few mythical creatures from prehistoric times. They could indeed rival the martial madman, but after so many years had passed, it was rumored that they had died in the famous mountains and great rivers. By right, they shouldn't be alive. Could it be that there was an old mythical creature that was still gasping for breath and hadn't breathed its last? If that was the case, it would be terrifying. Perhaps this ancient creature would really come out of seclusion to fight against the martial madman for his last disciple. If that was the case, it was destined that the heavens and earth would shatter. They would fight until the ancient city of time appeared, and blood would dye the great Yang realm red. Many great tribulations in the past, present, and future would vaguely reveal some clues. Let's go. Why we have to make things difficult for a young man? Let's all go and take a look. The old six-eared macaque spoke. Although he was biased towards Chowda, he didn't dare to easily reverse the situation. He only spoke up to support him at the right time. In his own words, even though he was once upright and had a fiery temperament when he was young, his heart was completely black after living to such an ancient age. They were creatures of the same level. If one wasn't ruthless, they wouldn't be able to live to this era. At the very least, when he looked back, almost all of his contemporaries had died. Those that were still alive were all vicious and merciless. Although they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, they had all become celestial venerables. They had stepped on countless corpses and the blood of their peers to reach this stage. After the old six-eared macaque spoke, the grand disciple of the Yongzhou overlord, celestial venerable Hien, naturally responded at the first instance. He didn't agree to directly hand over Chowda because it would be too embarrassing for his grandmaster. If he couldn't even protect his subordinates, how could he contend for hegemony in the Yang realm? How could he unify the great Yang realm and become the only ultimate evolver? His grandmaster wanted to trample on the old path of the celestial emperor and truly rise to stand above the heavens. Let's go, I'll accompany you. At this point, there was naturally a conclusion. Even celestial venerable Qi Rong smiled and said that he wanted to follow along. In the end, Yu Shang, Qi Rong, Haiyuan, the old six-eared macaque, and another mysterious celestial venerable followed along. What was surprising was that the ancestor of the nine-headed bird race didn't show himself and didn't follow. The monkey, Mi Qing, Peng Wanli, Xiao Yao, and the others clamored to follow. In reality, it wasn't just them. The ancestor of the nine-headed bird race didn't go, but many of his clansmen went. For example, Divine King Qi Feng sneered and brought a few cousins and a few elders along. The 12-winged silver dragon, Kuan dragon, three-headed divine dragon, Yin Toa, and other dragons also followed. At the same time, Li Jiuxiao, Ji Kaixian, Xiao Shiyun, Mi Hong, and other divine kings also followed. They wanted to see what was going on. Chu Feng put away the dozen or so carts and brought along hundreds of thousands of kilograms of food. He led the way and marched majestically in a certain direction. Senior, summon a golden rainbow and send me there as soon as possible. I haven't returned to the sect for a long time, and I really miss my 9 masters, Chu Feng said, taking the initiative to speed up. At the same time, he pulled Long Daiyu along. This gave the strange dragon goosebumps. He didn't want to go even if he was beaten to death, but he couldn't escape under the watchful eyes of so many people. Tell us the address, and we'll be there in an instant. Do you still want to bluff your way out of this? Beside Divine King Qi Feng, one of his cousins spoke. He couldn't wait to expose Chu Feng and judge him for his crimes in front of everyone. Needless to say, the people of the nine-headed bird race naturally held this view. Some people of the dragon race also nodded. Chu Feng looked at them in disdain and said, I'm afraid you won't dare to follow me if I say it. What are you bragging about? I don't believe it. Divine King Qi Feng sneered. Chu Feng led the way while Qi Rong led the way. They formed a golden path that reached the end of the horizon and headed in a certain direction. Along the way, Chu Feng asked him to correct the direction several times. A celestial venerable was traveling at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that even space-time was unstable. Not long after, Qi Rong's scalp went numb. He rapidly decelerated and descended. He didn't dare to cross the front, and his body was a little stiff. He didn't expect to come to this place, and he didn't dare to cross it. For a celestial venerable to do this, one could imagine how extraordinary this place was. This is... Qi Rong's voice trembled. Chapter 1272. Chowda told them not to panic because this was his home. But how could they not panic? This place was terrifying, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. A chill ran down their spines, and even the celestial venerables were stiff. Not to mention the evolvers, the nine-headed bird race was all retreating. They wanted to stay further away, thinking that Chao Do wanted to harm them. The 12-winged silver dragon, Kuan dragon, three-headed saint dragon Yin Tua, and the other dragons all felt cold. Their dragon scales spread open, and they were incomparably vigilant, ready to attack at any time. The six-eared macaque was scratching its ears and cheeks. Its golden fur was standing on end, and its golden tail was raised high. Li Jiuxiao, Ji Kaixian, and the others had serious expressions. They naturally recognized this place because they had traveled here when they were young. Every time they saw this mountain range, they would feel that they were as insignificant as ants. They were nothing but dust in history. Only this place remained unchanged throughout the ages. This was a mountain range. It was very special. It was completely bare, without even a strand of hair. Not even a blade of grass grew here. Moreover, it was a broken mountain, as if it had been sliced flat by a sword. There were a total of 18 mountains, and every one of them was like this. They had been sliced off at the same time, and they were no more than 10 meters tall. They were so short that they couldn't be called mountains. But it was precisely these broken mountains that were called the #1 mountain in the world. Its fame was too great, and there were too many rumors about it. It had once crashed into the fourth forbidden area and destroyed it. Now, it had become a boundless three-way battlefield. The sections of these broken mountains were too thick, and their diameters were hundreds of miles long. They were clearly very short, and they couldn't even be called mountains. However, everyone felt a sense of suffocation when standing here. The more they probed with their spirit, the more they felt inferior. Vaguely, it was as if there were 18 mountains standing on the earth, supporting the firmament and bearing the universe. They were majestic and enshrouded in fragments of time as they shone before everyone's eyes. Was that its true appearance in the past? But it disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the majestic mountains returned to their original state. A young man from a 9-headed bird race cried out in panic, "Are you kidding me? This is your house, and your sect is here?" Of course. Chu Feng was calm and collected. His demeanor was calm and steady, and he looked as if he was at ease, as usual. Some people saw that he was overly calm and really wanted to grab him by the collar to force a confession. What was going on? He had to say it clearly. What the hell? This was especially the case for the dragon race and the 9-headed bird race. Their expressions were extremely gloomy, and they felt a bit of fear inside. This Chao came from the first mountain? They really didn't believe it. If it was true, then it was too terrifying. He had never heard of an inheritance here that allowed people to freely enter and leave. The inside of the mountain was a dangerous place, and those who entered would undoubtedly die. There was no way to survive. The dragon tribe was a bit scared as well. They looked at Chu Feng with a different gaze. If he was just a wild cultivator, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But if he was the successor of the first mountain, then that would be really scary. Little friend, is what you said true? Celestial Lord Qi Rong asked Chu Feng with a kind expression on his face. At this time, Heavenly Venerable Hao Yuan had a solemn expression as he waited silently. The old 6-eared macaque's body was covered in golden fur. Although it was hard to describe what he was feeling, his expression was solemn and dignified as he looked at Chowda, waiting for his reply. Chu Feng nodded and said, "Of course it's true. Everything I learned came from here." Immediately, this area was filled with murmurs. Many people felt restraining fear, and there was even more panic. There were many people who came with him, and they simply couldn't believe it. There was an unfathomable hidden sect in the world's #1 mountain. Many people were looking into the distance, looking at the 18 short mountains, but they didn't see anything. They understood that there was another world under the mountain. They had also heard of it, but that was a place where life was extinct. Whoever one would die. Could it be that Chao was a living creature that walked out from there? This was really a bit shocking. Of course, some people didn't believe it. Who could live in such a lifeless place? Impossible. The strange dragon followed beside Chu Feng. He was extremely unwilling because he was an old demon and knew very well what was going on here. How could this shameless Dade be a disciple of this place? There were also some people who didn't believe it. Chi Feng berated. Ridiculous. What kind of place is this? How can a wandering cultivator like you come and go freely? What's the meaning of tricking us into coming here? Following which, he quickly scanned the surroundings. His cousins from the clan also searched with him to see if there were any teleportation domains, altars, etc. Everyone, look around and see if there's a divine magnetic platform. Don't let him escape. They were worried that Chowda had tricked everyone here to find a way to escape. The dragon race and the other evolvers' expressions changed slightly after hearing this. They quickly searched the surroundings, and some people even blocked Chowda's path. Chu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Don't waste your energy. With so many celestial venerables here, I can't leave no matter how powerful I am." At this point, there was a trace of coldness on his face, as well as some contempt, as he said, "Who are you? What you see is what you see. I invited you to my doorstep out of kindness, yet you slander me like this. How unreasonable. Fine, you said this is your mountain gate. Let me in and take a look." Chi Feng sneered. He really didn't believe that someone could walk in alive. He calmed down momentarily. After hearing this, his cousins pondered for a moment and also calmed down. Some people even laughed ostentatiously and shouted one after another. "Great Sage, shout up, please. Great Sage, please enter the world's #1 mountain and invite your master out. Let's admire and worship him, haha." These people couldn't help but laugh as they spoke. They simply didn't believe that someone could build a mountain gate here. They were quite nervous at first, but the more they thought about it, the more they felt that Chowda was bluffing. It was impossible for him to walk out from the world's #1 mountain. "Great Sage, please enter the world's #1 mountain. We will send you off and try to burn some joss paper for you on this day next year." There were also people from the dragon race who jeered. Their faces were full of delight because they had forced Chu Feng to throw away his life. "If we can really invite someone out, I swear I'll eat him up in one bite, no matter who he is." An elder from the 9-headed bird race had a frivolous look and was as unsteady as a young man. That was because he felt that Chowda was unreliable and wasn't afraid of any bad consequences. "My humble sect is simple and crude. Please don't mind. Come in with me and drink a few cups of tea." After speaking, Chu Feng directly entered the ground. "Chase after him. Stop him. Don't let him escape." There were people from the dragon race who shouted. 12-winged silver dragon divine king, 3-headed divine dragon yin tua, and others all chased after him. There were even some people from the 9-headed bird race who transformed into their true forms. They spread their wings and roared with great winds. It was reported that the peak experts of their race could instantly fly 180,000 miles with a spread of their wings. A group of people chased after him underground. In reality, a few celestial venerables also followed. A large group of people went down to see what Chowda was going to do. There was a very thick curtain of light underground that covered the mountain's roots. It was hazy and misty, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. After arriving here, not to mention others, even celestial venerables couldn't explore it. They couldn't use their divine senses to scan the depths of the curtain of light. Chu Feng was very calm and looked like he was looking at a fool. He didn't panic at all as he watched the 9-headed bird race and the dragon race rush over. He was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos as he waited for them. "Let's go. We've arrived at my humble abode. Everyone, please come in with me and see how our lineage has developed." Chu Feng gestured and made an inviting gesture. The faces of the dragon race and 9-headed bird race immediately turned red. Who dared to go in? Who was willing to throw away their lives? Don't look at how enthusiastic they were just now. If it really involved the forbidden land of the world's #1 mountain, they wouldn't dare approach even if they were beaten to death. Wasn't that courting death? Not to mention them. Even the celestial venerables looked at each other in dismay. They didn't dare to take half a step forward. They hadn't lived enough yet. Outside this hazy ball of light, there were black-colored dried blood stains and bone dregs. They were all left behind by past beings who had come here to try their luck. Almost all of them were dead. Once they came into contact with that ball of light, their bodies would collapse and their divine souls would be torn apart. "Didn't you say that I wanted to escape? Come, come, come. Take my hand and come with me." Chu Feng walked over and extended his hand to the divine king of the dragon race. In the end, the group of people immediately retreated. From the divine king to the Kuan dragon, they all avoided him as if he was a snake or a scorpion. Then, he walked over to Chi Feng and took the initiative to drag him along. Even the divine king of the 9-headed bird race changed his expression. He took 2 steps back and shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm bringing you along," replied Chu Feng. "If you want to die, go by yourself. Don't drag us along." Chi Feng's face was gloomy. Even though he thought that Chowda was tricking him, he really didn't dare to follow him. At this time, Celestial Venerable Chi Rong spoke again. He asked Chu Feng if his sect was really inside. Yes, it's right in the middle. Everyone, are you really not going in? Chu Feng invited enthusiastically. In the end, the group of people shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? Who would be bored enough to die? In that case, I'll return to my sect first. Everyone, see you in a while. After saying this, Chu Feng directly turned around and walked toward the light screen. Ciao, da. The monkey, Mi Qing, Xiao Yao, and the others cried out. They were really afraid that he would be forced into a corner and risk his life. However, Chu Feng waved his sleeves, stirring up a cloud of mist as he put on a dark set of armor and entered just like that. I'll wave my hand, and I won't take away a single cloud. He disappeared just like that. His voice faded away, and he was gone. Ah! The group of people cried out in surprise. He really went in. Moreover, they were sure that his body didn't explode. What kind of situation was this? Had they really seen a ghost? Chowda had entered the world's #1 famed mountain. Some people felt their scalps go numb. Could it be that what he said was true? At this time, even the heavenly venerables were moved. They couldn't help but think about it. Was there really a terrifying hidden orthodoxy here? If that was the case, how powerful would it be? It occupied the world's #1 mountain as its headquarters and regarded it as its own sect. This was too terrifying. Heavenly Venerable Hao Yuan's expression suddenly changed. If there was an inheritance here, perhaps there really was no need to fear the experts of the martial madman's faction. That was because this was equivalent to a forbidden land in the Yang realm. Heavenly Venerable Qi Rong and the others were also scared. They were reflecting on whether they had forced Chao to too much. If so, would someone from his sect really come out to settle the score with them? As for the 9-headed avian race and the dragon race, they also felt a headache and a chill run down their spines. This Motherf Asterisk Kerr was too scary. Did he really go in? Could it be that they had been wrong all this time? Did Chowda, great sage Chao, have a great foundation? In an instant, an old divine king of the 9-headed avian race seemed to have thought of something. He had once seen a record in a unique handwritten book of his race, a prehistoric anecdote. It was said that the master of the prehistoric Dark Hand, Li Su, might have come from this world's #1 mountain. When he thought of this, his scalp was about to explode. If Chowda's sect was here, didn't that mean that he was related to Li Su? This place is the location of Li Su's sect. His voice was trembling as he muttered to himself. He was a little unsure and a little afraid. He felt rather terrified. When the others heard this, they all felt their blood run cold. What kind of sect was this? The location of Li Su's ancestral court? What kind of joke was this? This would scare people to death. The expressions of the heavenly venerables changed. Without a doubt, at their level, they knew more information. Some of them had also heard bits and pieces of information. In the beginning, no one took it seriously. After all, those were just rumors, things mentioned in unofficial history. No one took it seriously. But now it was different. Chowda really went in, and this place seemed to have an inheritance. Heavens, Li Su, Chao Yu, they really have a lineage. What's their relationship? The group of people was stunned. Their scalps went numb, and they felt their hearts palpitating. Chapter 1273. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was Chowda really related to Li Su? F***CK. They felt that Chowda was simply insane. Why didn't he say so earlier that he had such a strong connection? Was he trying to scare them to death? This made them feel as if they had accidentally stepped on the feces of a hellhound. This luck, could it be so coincidental? Chao Yin and Li Su were both from the Qi generation. For a moment, everyone's imagination ran wild. Everyone, don't scare yourselves. Chowda did indeed enter, but whether or not he can come out is another matter. I believe he must have had some sort of fortuitous encounter, but it's impossible to say that he's from Li Su's bloodline. A middle-aged divine king said. He stood beside the celestial venerable shrouded in mist. This time, besides Qi Rong, Yu Shang, the old six-eared macaque, and Hao Yun, there was also a mysterious celestial venerable. He did not reveal his true identity and remained shrouded in mist. It was one of the divine kings beside him who spoke, as if he had received the celestial venerable's orders. There is some uncertain news. The inheritor left behind by Li Su seems to be very close to the martial madman's faction, and has even become one with them. The God King opened his mouth and revealed such an earth-shattering piece of news. If Chu Feng was here, he would have definitely gained something and comprehended something. That was because when he was fighting for the bloodline fruit on that dreadful island overseas, not only did he and Old Gu encounter the martial madman's faction's 7 deadly forms, but they also encountered another terrifying expert who was not weaker than the 7 deadly forms. At that time, Old Gu had been in a daze. He had some suspicions that the other might be the inheritor of one of the factions left behind by his elder brother. So, even if Chowda could enter here, he most likely has other reasons and means. He can't be related to Li Su. Their true inheritor is overseas and has nothing to do with the first famed mountain. The divine king spoke again. After saying this, he stood beside the celestial venerable in silence. The mysterious celestial venerable, shrouded in mist, nodded slightly but did not speak. For a moment, both the dragon race and the 9-headed avian race heaved a sigh of relief. They were truly afraid that Chowda's transformation into Chow Yan was related to the prehistoric Dark Hand. "Everyone, we've most likely been fooled," Chi Feng said, gnashing his teeth. He deduced that Chu Feng might have obtained some kind of great opportunity and possessed a special artifact that allowed him to enter and exit the first mountain safely. Right now, Chowda should be hiding in there instead of inviting his so-called sect elders. He probably won't be coming out for a while. God King Chi Feng made such a judgment. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. This with Chowda's character, it really was possible. Recently, they had come to understand Chowda more and more. They felt that this great sage, Chow, wasn't an upright brother, but an absolutely ruthless stubble. That damn Chowda! How dare he escape from under our noses? A god king of the dragon race was enraged. Seal the 18 mountains and prevent him from escaping from the other directions of the world's #1 mountain. Chi Feng suggested. Too shameful, someone shouted. Chu Feng grimaced in pain. The armor he was wearing was naturally not an ordinary item. Back then, he had combined the dragon scales he had collected from the desolate dragon nest and his own reincarnation earth to create this armor. At that time, he was still showing off in front of the old man as if he didn't care about the materials when refining treasures. But after going to Damung Pure Land and knowing how heaven-defying soul and flesh were, Chu Feng's intestines turned green with regret. He really wanted to give himself 2 slaps in the face. He actually used soul and flesh to refine armor. This was 2F** king extravagant. Back then, Li Su wanted to find a piece of reincarnation earth, but couldn't find any clues. Yet, he had ruined it like this. After the incident, the old man also wanted to spit him to death. He was grieved and hateful, and his heart was dripping blood. But there was also an advantage. If he wanted to enter the world's most famous mountain, Chu Feng already had experience. The stone jar was absolutely safe. In addition, he could also paste the reincarnation earth on his body. Back then, he had experimented with this. At present, he couldn't use the stone jar, nor could he paste the reincarnation earth on his body. Wearing this armor was just right. Even so, Chu Feng was suffocating after going several meters in. His body was about to explode, and it was difficult to bear. He decisively took out the stone jar and hid inside. In any case, he had already entered the light screen. Even a celestial venerable wouldn't be able to find out. This place hid all the mysteries of heaven, so he didn't have to worry about secrets being leaked. The stone jar floated up and down, carrying Chu Feng all the way. It seemed like he was crossing the reincarnation sea, but it also seemed like he was passing through a silent and dead universe. After an unknown amount of time, he finally passed through the light screen area. In a flash, Chu Feng arrived on a large piece of land. This place was still barren, and not even a blade of grass grew here. However, the heaven and earth essence was so thick that it simply couldn't be dispersed. For example, purple chi from the east. This was a high-level energy. Normally, When cultivators faced the vigorous morning glow in the morning, only the first wisp of chi they collected was this kind of purple chi. One could imagine how precious it was. But here, there was dense purple mist. It really couldn't be considered little. In addition, there was red mist gushing out and blue mist lingering around. These were all high-level energies of the same level. It made one's pores relax and feel like they were about to sprout wings and ascend in an instant. In addition, there were ancestral Tao substances in this area. These were all special substances that almighty celestial venerables needed. Ordinary people couldn't absorb them, and they couldn't even sense them. I'm finally back again. F***CK. I won't go out after coming in. I'll let you guys wait in vain. Chu Feng's whole body relaxed and slumped. He almost lay down on a large limestone and didn't want to move anymore. He finally escaped here. He really didn't want to be monitored by a celestial venerable. His heart was too tired. Besides, the martial madman's faction would definitely settle the score with him. What can you guys do to me? I'll just hide here. Don't tell me the martial madman still dares to charge in. After coming in, Chu Feng's body was no longer tense. He felt that rather than asking number 9 to go out, he might as well stay here himself. This was because he knew that creatures like number 9 were too principled. If words couldn't be said out, it would be useless even if you begged your grandparents and kowtowed. Back then, he and Old Gu had urged him to bring number 9 along to travel the Yang realm. At that time, who would dare to provoke them? Unfortunately, number 9 ignored them. At this stage, Chu Feng didn't want to suffer that kind of humiliation. Why did he have to lower his head and ask her out? He might as well just go into seclusion here and let the people outside wait for him. I won't be serving you guys for the time being. He laughed. He would try to bring number 9 out to hunt when he was in a good mood. However, the wish was beautiful, the path was tortuous, and the outcome was impossible. In this instant, Chu Feng's hair stood on end. He felt like a baby being stared at by a large, ferocious beast. His whole body went cold, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin. Then, he felt like he was about to explode. His body was about to disintegrate. Even a great sage body couldn't bear it anymore. In the distance, a very thin figure appeared silently. In particular, there wasn't much flesh on his face, and his body was even more withered. On his head, his hair was like withered weeds. His eyes were green, emitting a light like that of a beast staring at its prey. As for the thigh in his hand, there was blood at the corner of his mouth as he gnawed on it. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering rang out. He held the bloody thigh while staring at Chu Feng. Number 9. His graceful bearing was still the same, still eating the thigh. This seemed to be his special hobby, his favorite. In the depths of this mysterious ancient land, there was a plateau with a blood pool. There were many corpses inside. The old man had previously taken a look and sucked in a cold breath of air. Those corpses were all terrifying experts when they were alive. But now, they all seemed to have become number 9's special rations, and he loved to eat thighs the most. Senior, Chu Feng hurriedly greeted. However, after not seeing him for a long time, number 9 seemed to have forgotten about him. His head was tilted, holding the thigh while gnawing on it as he walked over. As a result, even the void was collapsing. Great black cracks extended, great Tao symbols flickered, imprinting themselves between heaven and earth. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out, about to make this place explode. Senior, it's me. Collect the wisps of energy that are leaking out, or else we will be separated by life and death. Chu Feng shouted. He discovered that those great black cracks were about to extend to his side. If this continued, he would definitely be torn apart by the void cracks. Unless it was a critical moment, he didn't want to use the stone jar, nor was he willing to use reincarnation earth and the small wooden spear to deal with number 9. He reckoned that he wouldn't be able to injure this type of existence. However, this kind of shouting was useless. Number 9 didn't seem to recognize even his own family. Vicious light flourished in his eyes, and he directly threw away the thigh in his hand, taking large steps towards him. In that instant, the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. It was truly too terrifying. The heavens were splitting apart, and the great Tao rumbling was deafening. It was simply as if 100,000 wild dragons were being chased by number 9, driven away. Wherever he passed, the void was torn apart, and all types of strange scenes appeared. Chu Feng turned around and ran. This was too frightening, and number 9 actually didn't care about their past friendship. When he saw him, it was as if he saw a delicious dish. Chu Feng didn't say anything else, directly moving over a dozen large carts of flesh and ingredients out, throwing them onto the barren earth. In that instant, the rumbling of the great Tao disappeared, and all the great cracks in the void froze, and then slowly healed. The world instantly quieted down. At this moment, not a sound could be heard, and it was as if the breathing of various stars in the starry sky could be heard. This was because number 9 was afraid of destroying these food, so he restrained all of his own aura, no longer letting out a shred of energy. At this moment, Chu Feng almost burst into tears. What happened to their past friendship? After all, they had lived here for a period of time. Although they didn't interact much, they still frequently saw each other. However, in the end, nothing he said would be of use. It would be better to directly send over a dozen large carts of flesh and food. For me, number 9 spoke, his voice raspy. In fact, this was a language that was much older than the prehistoric era. Theoretically speaking, Chu Feng wouldn't be able to understand it. However, number 9 was releasing special spiritual waves that allowed him to understand these words. Yes, to show my respect to Master 9. Chu Feng patted his chest and said loudly, "A little G, it's you. I remember now. You're really not bad." The taciturn number 9 actually said so many words at this moment. Chu Feng was instantly speechless. He really wanted to burst into tears again. Why didn't you remember before? You were going to chase after people and eat them alive. Other than that, calling him little G was too unpleasant. It really didn't make him feel happy. At this moment, number 9 couldn't be considered amiable, but he was much calmer. At the very least, he wasn't overflowing with ferocity, and he didn't look like a starving ghost. He pulled over a thigh from the pile of flesh and blood and began to chew on it. That sound and that appearance of blood dripping made one's hair stand on end. "Senior, how's the taste?" "Very fresh." Number 9 rarely responded to him. "This is just the appetizer. I've prepared an even bigger gift for Master 9. It's more than 100 times, 1,000 times better than these appetizers. If you like these, then the main dish will probably make you even happier, Senior." Chu Feng dawdled. He had made up his mind to trick number 9 out. He definitely couldn't stay here with the mentality of a fluke. This was because he realized that without flesh and blood, number 9 might even eat him up, and the dozen or so large carts of food probably wouldn't last number 9 more than a few days. "Senior, look, this is a 9-headed bird, and this is a 12-winged silver dragon. Try them first. How do they taste? Aren't they especially delicious?" Chu Feng personally picked out half a 9-headed bird and a complete 12-winged silver dragon. Not bad. Number 9 was still the same as before. He tore off a dragon leg, then a bird leg. When he chewed, it was crunchy and blood flowed. "Master 9, the big gift I prepared for you is the Heavenly Group. They're all outside." "Heavenly Group?" Number 9 didn't understand. Chapter 1274. On the desolate and barren horizon, a red glow flowed. This was an extremely high-level energy that shone like a bloody sunset. This scene was like the setting sun, staining the demonic lands with blood. Chu Feng was fully alert as he conversed with number 9. He tried to persuade him in every possible way, telling him that there were many heavenly groups outside, and that there were even dragons and undying birds among the fresh recipes. He had no choice but to try his best and raise his spirits. This was because if he failed, he would be left here and become food. Number 9 was sitting on a rock, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The sound of him chewing on his leg bone was terrifying. His hair was like withered weeds, and his flesh was withered. His teeth were snow white and gleamed with a cold and sharp luster. They were stained with blood, and his eyes were dark green. He stared at Chu Feng and would occasionally gulp down a mouthful of saliva. In the blink of an eye, he had already gnawed off the nine-headed bird's leg and even swallowed the bones. He was a classic example of eating a person without spitting out the bones. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and landed on his rotting clothes. It was a chilling sight. A long, long time ago, I went out. Oh, number 4 also went out. The earth was sunk, and the vast and boundless world was about to be destroyed. It was a wasteland. Suddenly, number 9 opened his mouth. His pupils were deep and lush green. He uttered such words as if he was talking in his sleep. He went out. Didn't he say that he would guard this place for the rest of his life and would not easily go out? Chu Feng was startled. He felt somewhat apprehensive after receiving such information all at once. Number 9 seemed to have mentioned a secret, a terrifying event of the past. However, he did not speak of it now. It was as if he was recalling the past and had sunk into his own emotions. He was not even aware that his snow-white teeth and blood were dripping from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Chu Feng's imagination roamed. His mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts as he thought of too many things. The number 4 that number 9 spoke of was Li Su's master. In prehistoric times, he had personally taught a world-shaking and unrivaled black hand. He was truly extraordinary. However, Chu Feng had always suspected that number 4 and number 9 were the same person, Li Su's master. It was because the first time Old Goose saw number 9, he was so excited and scared that he directly jumped up, his body even trembling, saying that she was exactly the same as his big brother's master. However, this living corpse said that he was number 9. However, were there really people who looked exactly the same in this world? Old Gu had once stayed by Li Su's master's side for a period of time, so he was very familiar with him. He really couldn't see any physical difference between number 9 and number 4. Moreover, Old Gu mentioned something from the past. Li Su's master had once said that he would not eat meat in this life, and would only eat vegetables. Once he started eating meat, the world would change, and the world would change drastically. Moreover, from now on, he would obliterate his true self and not recognize even his own kin. If he saw him again, he would treat him as an enemy and immediately attack him. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Old Goose suspected that number 9 was number 4, the great master from back then. Only, he didn't know why his habits changed, and a terrifying mutation took place. This was very strange, and also very terrifying. Number 9 had once said that 9 creatures like him had appeared one after another. Chu Feng and the others had also guessed that this was a sequence creature. They looked exactly the same, as if they had been created by some supreme being. Of course, later on, they also suspected that the so-called 9 creatures, number 1 to 9, might be the same person transforming, representing the 9 worlds. This was even more terrifying. Later on, Chu Feng and Old Gu felt that they might be eaten by number 9 at any time, so they hurriedly fled. Even at that moment, they couldn't be sure if this was a sequence creature or just a person. As for now, without Old Gu, who was most familiar with number 4, Chu Feng had no way of making a judgment. This became a mystery without a clue. When he thought of this, Chu Feng suddenly asked. He wanted to take advantage of number 9's absent-mindedness to find out some secrets, and he even wanted to understand whether or not it was the same person. When will number 10 appear? He asked quickly and urgently. Sure, how? Number 9 was startled. He was indeed a bit absent-minded and asked subconsciously. Right, Chu Feng quickly said, waiting for his reply. He hoped that he wouldn't be given too much time to react. I can't say. This is an unparalleled taboo, number 9 said fiercely. His eyes flourished with green light. He had completely snapped back to reality. Moreover, that kind of gaze, that kind of lush green gaze, made Chu Feng shiver inwardly. He almost wanted to smash the stone jar and use the reincarnation earth and wooden spear because it was too dangerous. Number 9 seemed to have been struck by something. His expression towards Chu Feng was unkind, revealing an ominous glint. Chu Feng realized that there was a secret here that he shouldn't provoke. He had touched on number nine's reverse scale. Number nine stared at him. Green light shot out several feet in length, tearing apart the void like an immortal sword. It was too terrifying. Only after a long time had passed did he calm down. He became quiet again, no longer as talkative as before. Chu Feng felt a wave of lingering fear. He really couldn't speak irresponsibly. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful. He should have asked a bit more directly whether or not he had transformed into a nine-world body. Or was it that someone had created the nine of them? That's not right. For what he said, there really is number 10. Chu Feng was doubtful. However, why did it seem different from number 1 to number 9? He was puzzled because number 9's expression just now was too terrifying. Come, Master 9, let me gift you some delicacies. These were originally from my collection, and I've never been willing to eat them. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chu Feng sucked up to him and took out his own collection. Of course, this time, he wasn't speaking irresponsibly. He really had blood food that was different from the dozen cards. That was because this was part of the nine-headed bird race's divine King Qi Feng's flesh. That day, he had invited Monkey, Peng Wanli, and the others to cook and roast the nine-headed bird. In the end, Qi Feng came in anger and wanted to kill them. At that time, Li Jiuxiao, Mi Hong, and the others were also present. In the end, they blocked Qi Feng and heavily injured him, causing part of his flesh to explode. After that, Chu Feng personally cleaned up the battlefield, not letting anything go to waste. He collected the Divine King's flesh and blood, preparing to stew meat when he returned. Even the monkey and the others were speechless when they saw this. In truth, Chu Feng had already used Qi Feng's Divine King blood to write a letter to torment the race. Now, he discovered that it was of even greater use. Using a portion of the nine-headed bird race's flesh to show his respect to number 9 would seem even more sincere. As expected, even though it was just a bit of minced meat, it came from a nine-headed bird divine king after all. Moreover, it had been preserved very well and was still active. To number 9, the taste was just too delicious. This was much better than the blood food just now. Number 9 nodded repeatedly, expressing her approval and praise. Senior, how about it? The owner of this crippled leg is outside. If you want to eat it, come out with me. Chu Feng urged. In the outside world, the nine-headed bird race's divine, King Qi Feng, didn't know why, but he felt a bone-piercing chill. It was as if the entire world was filled with malice towards him. He shivered involuntarily. However, it was only a moment before that special throbbing disappeared. He didn't feel anything anymore. He became suspicious. Was it because of a sudden impulse or some special reaction? Or was it because the world's number 1 famed mountain was too terrifying? Was it because he was too close to it? Senior, let me tell you, what I ate just now was only the blood food in the divine sphere. Compared to the heaven sphere, it's still far from it. Chu Feng persevered and spoke without end. He was about to spit out white foam. He wanted to pull number 9 away and bring him out of this blood-soaked ancient territory. He really didn't know how vast this space was. He only knew that there was a blood-colored plateau up ahead and that it was impossible to approach any deeper. Number 9 wouldn't let anyone go. The taste is indeed delicious. Let's not talk about the heaven sphere. The one in the divine sphere, just now, was already not bad. Are you sure he's outside? Asked number 9. Then, he reached out with his hand, and a black hole directly appeared in the void. He wanted to reach his arm in several times as if he wanted to grab something. But in the end, he held himself back and said, I can't casually destroy the first mountain's barrier of light. Could it be that I have to go out once? He hesitated for a moment. Chu Feng felt a chill run down his back when he heard this. From what he was saying, he could casually reach out with his hand and create a black hole that could grab the Divine Kings outside. Senior, don't act recklessly. Aren't you in charge of protecting this place? You can't break the balance that has existed for hundreds of millions of years. It's better if you personally go out with me. Senior, let me tell you, the blood food in the divine sphere isn't worthy of your status. You should eat the heaven sphere. Let me tell you, Every blood food in the heaven sphere has several pairs of long legs. Don't you only like to eat legs? The creatures in the heaven sphere all have long legs from the neck down. For the sake of inviting number 9 out, Chu Feng was going all out. His spittle flew everywhere as he spoke without thinking, trying his best to swindle him. Number 9 was calm and collected. Even though blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth and the sound of bones being crushed in his mouth was terrifying, he didn't say a word and only listened to what Chu Feng was saying. Only after a long time, when Chu Feng was almost in despair and his spittle had almost dried up, did number 9 open his mouth and say, "The Yang realm has gone through great reincarnations again and again. All life has been harvested like chives, and the ancient universe was once broken into pieces. It's time to go out and take a look and see what this world is like." Chu Feng had said so much about the blood food, but it was completely useless. In the end, it was actually because of these that number 9 wanted to go out and take a look at this great world. Chu Feng was speechless. If he had known this earlier, why would he have wasted so much time talking? His throat was almost smoking and about to catch fire. When number 9 said those words, it was fairly calm, but it made Chu Feng's heart jump. There was a lot of information contained within. Great reincarnations again and again. Apart from that, had number 1 to number 9 fought and participated in the battle, or had number 9 personally experienced those terrifying great worlds? In any case, Chu Feng was very happy and excited. There was no better news than that number 9 had agreed to go out. He could already imagine some scenes. "Prepare to go out," number 9 said. Chu Feng's blood surged. This time, he would drag Li Su's master or his martial uncle along. Let's see which creature would still dare to threaten and intimidate them when they went out like this. Let's see who would still dare to put on airs with a condescending attitude. Chapter 1275. Number 9's hands moved. The distant blood plateau shook and rumbled. All of the mist was shaken and scattered. He took out a palm-sized, pitch-black, tattered little flag from who knew where. It made one tremble with fear, and their soul light was about to be sucked in. He suddenly flung it out. The little black flag began to rapidly enlarge in midair and quickly reached as high as the sky. It landed in the depths of the blood plateau with a loud rumble. The scene was terrifying. The great flag fluttered and emitted energy that overflowed the heavens. Tens of thousands of mushroom clouds appeared, and boundlessly terrifying, fiendish energy surged. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. The great flag that towered into the clouds was inserted there. The flag's surface was tattered and dyed with blood that hadn't dried up even now. Even though they were separated by a great distance, the terrifying killing intent emitted by that tattered great flag was still unbearable for Chu Feng. This side of the world was about to explode. The tattered great flag fluttered about. The thick earth was about to be shaken, and the heavens were about to split into pieces. The world was about to explode and collapse. Number 9 took action. He carved special symbols in the nearby void and continuously drew them. However, in the end, they all landed on the great flag in the distance. Moreover, he activated a wave of terrifying energy. All kinds of dense mist submerged the great flag once again. Tens of thousands of enormous mushroom clouds gradually dispersed and stabilized that area. Number 9 poured some great Tao symbols into the great flag, as if he was supporting it and making it stronger. What was he doing? Chu Feng was alarmed and puzzled. The great flag occasionally scattered the mist again. All of its killing intent and energy reached a certain equilibrium and didn't collapse this place again. "Let guard this place for me." Number 9 spoke with a serious expression. It was as if he was requesting that great flag. The great flag fluttered as if it was condensing countless heroic spirits. It seemed to have a life of its own as it fluttered in the wind and scattered all kinds of high-level energy mist and ancestral Taoist matter. This time, it didn't destroy the void. Moreover, Chu Feng's eyes didn't even blink at this time. He stared ahead and saw a corner of the truth there. That is, he was shaken and incomparably shocked. Even his body was a bit cold. Was this the secret of the world's #1 famed mountain? The tattered flag stood tall in front of an abyss. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that it was just a terrifyingly huge crack. It was an extremely smooth crack, a bit dark inside, but also a bit deep. It was extremely wide, floating endless continents, covered densely in endless great Tao fragments. There were even more ruined and unimaginable cities, swirling with time and other things. Naturally, there was no lack of corpses as well. It was unknown what kind of race they were, but there were all kinds of corpses that had never been seen before in the Yang Realm continent. Some were handsome and flawless, while some were so ugly that it made one's hair stand on end. There were humanoid corpses, and there were all kinds of aberrations. Moreover, some of the corpses were too large. When their eyes opened and closed, it was as if a river of stars stretched across. In addition, there were star remains, broken battleships, and broken cauldrons. Apart from this, there were also divine seas. Within the vast crevices, it was as if there were waves beating against the endless ages, the sound of crashing waves shaking the past and present. A single wave seemed to be able to cover the starry sky. However, if one listened carefully, it would be quiet and deathly still. What is that place? Chu Feng was shocked. He opened his fiery eyes and stared carefully. He didn't want to miss out on the shocking secret here. Previously, there was a dense fog blocking his view. Even if he had the fiery eyes, he couldn't see through it. Now that the fog had temporarily dispersed, it was a rare opportunity. That abyss was actually a smooth crack. It was as if it had been split open by a supreme expert, completely cutting off the connection with the other side. And that city of time, the broken star remains, all kinds of creatures, battleships, giant cities, and so on, as well as the mysterious sea, were all floating in this huge and boundless crevice. All of them were motionless, like a deathly still world. Even time and time seemed to have frozen and stopped. The world in the crevice was absolutely silent, as if it had been frozen in that instant forever. And on the other side of the crevice, there was an unimaginably vast and spectacular great yin-yang diagram revolving, isolating everything behind it. What was behind it? Was a great world? It had been separated, and the connection had been cut off by the split crevice. Unfortunately, it was too blurry. The great yin-yang fish on the other side of the crevice blocked everything, only revealing a blurry corner of what was behind it. Everything was hazy and couldn't be seen clearly. There was no way to investigate. Chu Feng could only guess that it should be a vast and terrifying world with no end. The fog surged, and just like that, nothing could be seen. For a long time, Chu Feng didn't speak. He was still gazing into the distance, wanting nothing more than to tear open the fog and see what was behind it. But he knew that even if number 9 sent him to the deepest part of the Scarlet Plateau and stood in front of that flag, he still wouldn't be able to see the truth on the other side. He didn't know what kind of lost world it was. No, perhaps the land they were on was the Lost Land. Senior, you've been guarding here all year round just to watch the split crevice and see if there are any abnormalities on the other side? Chu Feng asked with a serious expression. Watch the other side? Who can do that? Fortunately, it's been severed. I'm only guarding here, watching that crevice. My life is already gloomy, number 9 said calmly. How had it been severed? After hearing this, Chu Feng's scalp went numb. What's going on over there? What's there? Chu Feng asked anxiously. Number 9 ignored him. Clearly, he didn't want to talk about the things here. Just now, he had only taken out that special flag and added energy to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made these movements and wouldn't have let Chu Feng see anything. It needs to be guarded. Could there be living things inside? Chu Feng revealed a serious expression. He felt that this place was too evil and too terrifying. The world's number 1 famed mountain far surpassed the imagination of the people. They couldn't imagine that there was actually such a shocking secret here. Number 9 shook his head in denial. Moreover, he turned around and looked in the direction of the outside world. Don't misjudge the Yang realm, and don't misjudge the real world. This world is a chaotic place. There are all kinds of living beings and all kinds of experts. Even other realms have been visited by all kinds of living beings. We must be on guard. I want to guard this place. Number nine's heart was filled with indescribable emotions. It was rare for him to speak more. This made Chu Feng rather shocked. There were some things he didn't understand, but he knew that it must be beyond imagination. They moved and headed toward the outside world. However, it wasn't the direction where Chu Feng had come in. It turned out that there was a small path on this barren land that seemed to be connected to the outside world. Senior, how old are you? Which era did you live in? Chu Feng tried to worm his way into being friends. He had nothing to say. Out of his expectations, number 9 really did respond. Who still remembers? A sleep is an epic. A nap and you're no longer in the prehistoric era, number 9 said calmly. Chu Feng, could they still have a pleasant conversation? Who would believe such words? At least, Chu Feng didn't believe it at all now. For a moment, there was a bit of silence. Only the sound of their footsteps could be heard as they stepped on the hard, dark red, and ice-cold earth. Not even a blade of grass grew here. The small path was very long and also very desolate. There were a few faint footprints that seemed to have been left by predecessors a long time ago. There was actually an indescribable Tao rhythm to them. Even number 9 stopped to look for a long time, as if she was recalling a legend or an old story. Senior, you said that many peerless monsters had come to the Yang realm. There were humanoid and aberrations. What were their origins, and how powerful were they? On the way, Chu Feng asked again. He really wanted to pry some truth out of number 9's mouth. Very powerful. As for how high they reached, we'll know after walking on the reincarnation road and seeing the traces they left behind and some grand projects. When Chu Feng heard this, his scalp went numb. This reincarnation road really had a story and a game. When he returned to Damning Pure Land in the Little Een realm from the foreign realm back then, he once saw creatures opening up a path similar to the reincarnation road at the spatial node. In addition, he personally walked on the reincarnation road. The clay idol at the end, the special ancient palace hall, and the ultimate land with souls and flesh were all traces left behind by humans. In addition, there were also fights and killings on the reincarnation road. Back then, when the people of the Yang realm were chasing after Chu Feng, a heavenly dog mistakenly entered the purgatory under Kunlun and approached the radiant city of death. In the end, it was directly smacked into ashes by a large hand. Chu Feng learned a lot, but he found that his head was getting bigger and bigger. He said in a low voice, Senior, please tell me what kind of terrifying creatures are there in this world now. He wanted to know some truth and understand some secrets. He felt that his mind was blank. He didn't come from an ancient aristocratic family and didn't have any connection with prehistoric orthodoxies, so he knew very little. There's no need to mention those things in the legends. But those that manifested in the Yang realm and are known to people should have been passed down, such as the gray matter, the black matter, and that fallen immortal royal clan. Number 9 said a few words casually and didn't go into detail. Chu Feng trembled. Gray matter? He had come into contact with it before, and his body was corroded by it. After stepping on the reincarnation road, it was only cleaned up when he reached the clay idol. In his previous life, he was almost destroyed by the gray matter. Fallen immortal royal clan? This sounded extremely sinister. Immortal kings forming a clan? This was just too terrifying. Meanwhile, just how terrifying would the individuals within be? Very soon, he thought of the heavenly immortal waterfall. The great evil spirit that flowed downstream was said to be from the immortal race. Could it be that this was a creature from the fallen immortal royal clan? In addition, the old man mentioned the immortal burial era. The Yang realm had a decisive battle with the immortal race, so it should also be this race. And these seem to be only on the surface, just the tip of the iceberg. At that time, what level was Li Su at? Could he be invincible under the heavens? Chu Feng asked again in order to verify and compare. It's difficult for Li Su to be invincible. He needs to fight with the creatures tossing and turning on the reincarnation road. In addition, there is the great Een realm and the creatures that came after the collapse of other civilization nodes. There are also the old monsters in the famous mountains and great rivers of the Yang realm. If Li Su was invincible, he wouldn't have died or disappeared. Number 9 answered without any emotional fluctuations. Chu Feng pondered for a long time and then continuously asked for guidance, but number 9 ignored him. He was very quiet and didn't reply. Then Chu Feng changed his train of thought and asked him about the cultivation method, how to reach the ultimate level and walk the path of the strongest. Without a doubt, if number 9 was willing to give him pointers, each word was priceless. It could save Chu Feng a lot of detours. The path that suits you is the strongest path, number 9 said calmly. What mature paths are there in this world? How to achieve ultimate evolution and how to walk down quickly. Chu Feng saw a general direction. No one dares to say that their path is mature. We're all on the path. Even if we think that we have become ultimate creatures, perhaps we will find that we are still on the way and that the path is endless. Number 9 spoke in a low voice. Of course, he also admitted that some creatures might have reached the end. It was just that the people behind were too far away. He couldn't catch up or find their traces. For example, the lonely backs of those legendary people who walked alone. Chu Feng couldn't help but turn his head and look into the depths of the Scarlet Plateau. Perhaps the other side of the crevice held all the answers. Those creatures. Senior, is there anything you want to tell me? Please point out a clear path. Chu Feng's eyes were burning. I'm only pointing out my path, not yours. There are millions of paths, and you need to temper yourself to move forward. Chu Feng was speechless after hearing this. He only wanted to refer to the experience of the predecessors, but a creature like number 9 was talking about the concept of evolution. It wasn't on the same channel as him. Number 9 gave an example. He said that there was once a creature who stepped on 9 ultimate paths and discovered that none of them suited him. He resolutely turned back and searched again, then took another path. When Chu Feng heard this, he couldn't help but look at number 9. Could it be that he was talking about himself? If that was the case, was number 4 a failure of his? When he thought of this, Chu Feng was full of confidence. If he brought number 9 out, he might really be able to defeat the martial madman. The path wasn't very long. It reached the dense light screen area and could reach the outside world after passing through it, leaving the first famed mountain. Master 9, I'm called Chowda outside. Don't call me by the wrong name, Chu Feng informed in a low voice. Then, his body crackled and he transformed into Chowda's appearance. This wasn't just a transformation of his flesh and blood. Even his soul light and temperament had changed. Number 9 led the way, and the dense rays of light automatically parted to the two sides. There was a layer of invisible domain outside his body, and as he stood in it, he was truly impervious to all techniques. Chu Feng hurriedly followed. He knew that the nearby light screen could crush all living creatures in the outside world. It was extremely terrifying and difficult to cross over. After passing through the dense light screen area calmly, Chu Feng had the leisure to size up everything here. There's a grave over there. Chu Feng was astonished. It was a large, bare grave. It was very quiet, but a dense radiance was rising from the grave. He was very shocked because he discovered that the light screen and that kind of radiance were of the same origin. Could it be that the light screen here was formed by the radiance overflowing from the large grave? That's number 3's grave. There's another one in the distance, and that's number 6's grave. Number 9 answered calmly. What the hell? Chu Feng was immediately dumbstruck. A myriad of thoughts were running through his mind. In the end, he seemed to have lost his soul and was absent-minded. He didn't even know that he had walked in front of number 9. Were there really 9 people from number 1 to number 9? His thoughts were running wild, but then he felt that it wasn't necessarily so. Perhaps there were only old skin and broken bones in number 3 and number 6 graves. He couldn't be sure. He was listless, as if he was suffering from soul detachment syndrome. And at this time, Chu Feng followed along the separated light screen and walked out first. Someone saw Chowda appear immediately and immediately acted. He shouted. As expected, Chowda wants to escape. He changed directions inside the first famed mountain and came out from here. Someone immediately produced a secret talisman that enveloped this small world. He wanted to imprison Chowda and prevent him from escaping. In other directions, there were people who sneered. After hearing this kind of shout, they all rushed over immediately. Chowda, you actually deceived a celestial venerable and wanted to borrow a path to escape. Unfortunately, you came out too early. The 18 broken mountains have all been sealed off. The 9-headed bird race and the dragon race had all arrived. I guess it's very difficult to establish a foothold inside the first famed mountain for a long time. Even if he has something strange on him and a special artifact, he can only escape as soon as possible. Someone deduced this. In the distance, God King Scarlet Peak had arrived. Celestial Venerable Chi Rong and the others had also arrived. Some familiar people had also arrived. Monkey, Mi Ching, and the others revealed worried expressions. Chapter 1276. Chu Feng was startled by this shout and came back to his senses. He saw crowds and crowds of people gathering around him. Moreover, the place where he was standing was covered by a screen of light, cutting off his path of escape. Out of everyone's expectations, his reaction was very special. What long legs! Chu Feng muttered to himself. His expression was so rippling. He wasn't afraid or panicking at all. Instead, he was staring at everyone's thighs. What kind of expression was that? What did it mean? His face was really rippling. His expression was too wretched and strange, rendering everyone speechless. Even people like Monkey, Peng Wanli, and Mi Qing, who were familiar with him, felt that they had seen a ghost. Many people were puzzled and looked at one another. Some female cultivators were even more furious. Chowda's gaze was too direct, wasn't it? He was specifically staring at people's long legs. Of course, what made some male evolved beings unable to take it was that Chowda was also staring at their lower bodies. His eyes were a little dazed. Wasn't this too deranged? What kind of stimulation did he receive after entering the number 1 famed mountain? Even some of the older generation felt uneasy. What kind of hobby was this? Was Chowda a perverted great sage? Chowda, stop pretending to be crazy. Do you think you can bluff your way out of this with strange words and strange appearances? You clearly wanted to escape and deceived everyone. Now that you've revealed your true colors, what else do you have to say? One of Chi Feng's cousins from the 9-headed avian race shouted and questioned Chu Feng, wanting to convict him. At this moment, many people had unfriendly expressions as they stared at Chu Feng. After all, they had been caught in the act. They had blocked Chowda here and not where they had entered. Chu Feng glanced at Chi Feng's cousin and said, "Don't be noisy. You short-legged person, stand to the side." After hearing this god-level evolver from the 9-headed avian race was stunned at first. Then, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. This was too infuriating. He really couldn't take it anymore. It was one thing to be attacked personally, but to be ridiculed for having short legs for no reason. What kind of logic was this? Was there a cause and effect? Even if they were enemies and irreconcilable enemies, there was no need to use their legs to argue. Weren't evolvers all about combat prowess? He really wanted to curse. This damn Chowda. Did he think he was a great sage, a cut above others? Was he purposely humiliating him? Chowda, why don't you go and die? The deity rank evolver of the 9-headed bird race shouted in rage. He then sneered, "I don't need to do anything. You've defeated everyone today and angered even the heavenly venerables. Let's see if you still have the face to live. If you don't commit suicide in front of us now, your death will be even worse." Those with short legs are not qualified to make a ruckus here. Stand aside. Chu Feng berated, and he looked as if he was in the right. This kind of scene, made the others unable to continue watching. They really sympathized with this god-level character of a 9-headed bird race. Do you think you can bluff your way out of this by acting crazy? If you don't court disaster, then you won't die. You're finished now. No one can save you. Dragon Race's 3-headed divine, Dragon Yin Tuo, spoke, sneering here. That was because after watching for a moment, he discovered that no one came out with Chu Feng. Moreover, the other party was indeed pretending to be crazy, so he directly ridiculed him. Yintaw, your legs are still considered long. Not bad. There's a future, and you're tasty. Chu Feng nodded there while commenting. Damn. The three-headed divine, Dragon Yin Tuo quivered, feeling disgusted. Certain parts of his body were covered in goosebumps. He really couldn't stand being praised by a man like this, and his gaze was so ambiguous. Brother Yin Tuo, why take out on a dead person? The Kuan dragon spoke. They were both from the dragon race, and he similarly had great enmity with Chowda. He was quite displeased with Chowda, and his heart was filled with resentment. He wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. O Kuan dragon, hold on to the blade. You mustn't let it fall again. Your legs, 85 points, can be considered strong and powerful, barely excellent. When they heard these words, everyone felt that Chowda was a bit strange. Why was he always staring at other people's legs? In fact, he didn't even let go of the monkey, Xiao Yao, and the other's legs. He swept his gaze over them, observing them one by one. Sister Mi Qing, your long legs are 99 points. Chu Feng commented. He even secretly transmitted his voice to her, telling her to cover herself up and not appear too slender. Mi Qing was silent for a moment, and then she wanted to beat someone up. Her big, watery eyes were wide open, and she was full of murderous intent. Chowda, how do you want to die? A group of people from the dragon race shouted. The people of a nine-headed bird race also echoed, criticizing in unison. Chowda, you're really deranged. You even dare to deceive a celestial venerable. We escorted you here, but you played everyone. Divine King Chi Feng sneered again and again, revealing a cruel smile. He indeed saw Chowda as a dead person, and there was no hope of him surviving. He even wanted to take action now. He approached step by step, and he was sure that no one would say anything even if he tore off Chowda's arm and tortured him until he bled and maimed him. What do you want to do? Chu Feng shouted coldly. He was naturally not afraid. Number 9 was in the light screen behind him, and he could imagine Number 9's current state. She was probably drooling while staring at everyone's thighs. Naturally, it's to teach you a lesson. What great sage! You don't follow the rules, don't know how to respect a celestial venerable, and speak nonsense. You still have to die. I'll cut off one of your arms first. Divine King Chi Feng shouted. His hair danced in the wind, and his expression was extremely stern. Impudent! Chu Feng shouted and pointed at him, warning, You dare to be arrogant in front of my sect? Are you tired of living? At this time, Li Jiuxiao and Mi Hong came forward, wanting to help Chao to block Chi Feng. They were also divine kings, and these two experts could be considered top-notch. However, Celestial Venerable Qi Rong glanced at them coldly. His imposing manner intimidated everyone present. Celestial Venerable Yushang moved. He took a step forward, and divine chains of order interweaved. He wanted to block Chu Feng behind him and protect him first. However, Celestial Venerable Qi Rong blocked the way, and the mysterious Celestial Venerable shrouded in mist also moved. They intercepted Yushang, and their gazes were cold as they confronted each other. Chi Feng laughed. He took large strides forward, closing in on Chu Feng. The people of a nine-headed bird race all revealed cold, killing intent. They hated Chowda to the extreme, and all of them wanted to get rid of him. Chowda, do you have anything to say? Celestial Venerable Qi Rong spoke with cold eyes. Then his expression softened, and he said, How did you get in? What's inside? Chu Feng's reaction was calm. He said, I already said that this is my sect, and I'm just returning home. Naturally, I can enter and exit as I wish. If Celestial Venerable wants to know what's inside, you can enter with me. You're welcome to be my guest. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was rather calm. Full of lies. You still dare to spout nonsense, even at death's door. You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. An old divine king of the dragon race scolded. You really deserve to be slapped. Divine King Chi Feng shouted. He stretched out a hand and swung it slowly. He wanted Chowda to see clearly, and then he would slap him. Insolence. Let me see who dares to move. Chu Feng shouted. His eyes shone brightly. He had already secretly transmitted his voice, asking number 9 to come out so that he could enjoy a sumptuous feast. With the light curtain blocking, even celestial venerables couldn't see the situation inside. The mysterious celestial venerable shrouded in mist said coldly, "Who is the insolent one? Are you berating in front of us? You have no idea of death." He had asked the divine kings beside him to expose that the descendants of Li Su's bloodline were very close to the martial madman's faction, and Chowda couldn't possibly be from Li Su's bloodline. Chu Feng sneered and ignored him. So what if he was a celestial venerable? And at this time, Divine King Chi Feng's slap really came. However, in the next moment, he was horrified. He felt as if he was being targeted by a primordial beast. He retreated rapidly, and his hair stood on end. Silently, a thin figure appeared beside Chu Feng. Its eyes were green, and its hair was like withered weeds. It was very much like a living corpse. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. There was one more person, and he came from the first mountain. They didn't even see how he came out. It was too strange, and his movements were too fast. Not to mention the others. Even Qi Rong and the mysterious celestial venerable were afraid, and their hair stood on end. They couldn't even warn him in advance. At this moment, the old divine king of the nine-headed avian race felt like his guts were about to burst, and his face was ashen. He naturally thought of the unique manuscript that he had seen. Li Su's master came from here, and the inheritance of the great dark hand originated from here. Previously, when he said it, everyone deduced that Chowda couldn't be from this bloodline, and that the prehistoric legends about this place couldn't be trusted. But now, it seemed that they were all wrong. At this moment, everyone from a nine-headed avian race felt a chill, and they couldn't help but tremble. "Ah!" Divine King Chi Feng screamed. This was because he found that he couldn't retreat. His body was out of his control, and he flew toward Chu Feng. Following that, everyone's vision blurred, so fast that even the divine kings couldn't see clearly. Then, they heard Chi Feng's miserable screams. When everyone looked carefully, Chi Feng flew out diagonally and fell to the ground. The ground was covered in divine king blood, and he crawled backwards in pain and horror, his face full of terror. Beside Chu Feng, number 9 was gnawing on the nine-headed avian race's thigh. Heavens! Many people felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies were covered in goosebumps. Now, there was no doubt that this was a creature that came out with Chowda. There really was a powerful orthodoxy and a terrifying sect on the world's #1 mountain. Now that they thought about it, their suspicions and actions were all too rash. Not to mention the saints and divine kings. Even Qi Rong and the others felt their scalps go numb. They found it hard to believe that there was a ridiculously powerful creature on the prehistoric #1 mountain. Moreover, he was so terrifying that he didn't even recognize his own kin. The mysterious Empyrean who had berated Chu Feng earlier was now covered in mist. His emotions were very unstable, and even he was scared. "Everyone, allow me to make a solemn introduction. This is my 9th master. You can call him 9th ancestor." After everyone heard this, their emotions were too complicated. Motherf asterisk her, they really invited a person out. Some people were indignant, such as some old divine kings and Empyreans. They were all silently cursing. "You call him 9th master, but you want us to call him 9th ancestor?" However, their momentary indignation was instantly suppressed. No one was willing to challenge this strange creature. In just a moment, Chi Feng's thigh was almost completely gnawed off. Even the bones had been chewed up and swallowed. Chu Feng said, "9th master, don't just gnaw on the chicken thigh. Let me introduce you to the others." Just a single glance was enough to make the dragon race evolvers go limp in fear. Damn it, Chowda couldn't be going to introduce them, right? This was a trap. The dragon race was terrified. In fact, the nine-headed avian race was also extremely resentful. Calling Chi Feng's thigh a chicken thigh was an insult to their entire race. However, they didn't dare to say anything now. Monkey, Mi Qing, Li Jiuxiao, Ji Kaixian, and the others were speechless. They were dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that Chao De was really a creature that came out from the number 1 Fame Mountain. Crack! When number 9 finished gnawing the last piece of Chi Feng's thigh, his green eyes swept across everyone present. Where's the heavenly group? This was the first time he spoke in public because he didn't see many heavenly life forms. Chu Feng coughed and said, "Ninth Master, don't be anxious. Let me introduce you. These are our friends from the dragon race." The dragon race cursed in their hearts. What they were afraid of had come. He really introduced them like this. When number 9's green eyes swept across, the 3-headed divine dragon Yun Tuo's legs went limp. He almost couldn't stand. The group of elders were even more trembling. However, in the end, number 9's green eyes actually landed on the Empyrean shrouded in mist. With a swoosh, he disappeared. A muffled grunt came from the mist. When number 9 returned and appeared next to Chu Feng again, there was an additional leg in his hand. A massive dragon leg. Then, he started chewing on it in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone understood that the mysterious Empyrean shrouded in mist was actually from the dragon race. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Empyrean had his leg torn off in an instant. He was dripping with blood and chewed on in front of everyone. The Empyrean of the dragon race was also stunned. He only had one leg left, and he maintained his human form. He stood there in extreme pain, and his face was pale. He stared at number 9 as if he had seen a ghost. Even his lips were trembling. Chu Feng said, "My 9th master is good at everything, but he's a little protective." Then, he coughed again and said, "Everyone quiet down. Please allow me to solemnly announce that my 9th master is acquainted with all of you. F*CK. At this moment, not to mention the others, even Chi Rong, the old 6-eared macaque, Hao Yun, and the other Empyreans were scared. As for the various races, there was no need to even mention them. Chapter 1277. Who could stand this? Whoever he introduced, that person's leg would be gone. Everyone's scalps went cold. They had never been so terrified before. This was a real threat, right before their eyes. Whoever he set his eyes on would have their leg bitten off. Didn't they see the zombie's green eyes? It was too terrifying. In particular, he was now holding the silver dragon Heavenly Venerable's leg. His mouth was full of blood, and he was chewing on it with relish. Many evolvers were so scared that their legs were cramping. 9th Master, in order to show my respect, I have to introduce the dragon race again. This is because there are many subdivisions. Look, this is a 12-winged silver dragon. They have a noble bloodline and are extremely rare in the dragon race. Everyone present, including the 2 silver dragon kings, wished they could kill Chowda and shut him up. Didn't he see that the zombie was eating the heavenly venerable dragon meat? They were terrified. The dragon race had already offered so much, yet they wouldn't let it go. The 12-winged silver dragons were all pale. They hated Chu Feng to the core. At the same time, they were filled with righteous indignation. They felt that whatever was lacking in life, it would be added to their names. This damned generation. The meat is too coarse. It's not delicious. Number 9 spoke with a serious expression. He actually made such comment. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they revealed strange expressions amidst the horrifying atmosphere. The zombie was evaluating the dragon leg in his hand. That belonged to a heavenly venerable, the ancestor of the 12-winged silver dragons. Nearby, the 12-winged silver dragon evolvers didn't know whether to feel relieved or angry when they heard this evaluation. Since the ancestor's meat was evaluated like this, did that mean their crisis was temporarily resolved? But why did it make them want to cry? It's fine, 9th Master. There are still 3 divine dragons here. Look, this pair of legs are long and strong. Moreover, he's in his prime. The meat is definitely firm and chewy. The 3-headed divine dragon Yun Tuo's vision darkened when he heard this. He almost fainted. Although he was a god-rank powerhouse, he was nothing in front of the zombie. Yin Tuo wanted to say that this was cruel revenge, and that Chowda was nothing. But at this moment, he saw Chu Feng's merciless gaze. Naturally, Chu Feng was filled with disgust. This dragon's hostility towards him was too intense. He had tried to harm him several times. Yin Tuo let out a shrill cry. Unconsciously, he noticed that he couldn't stand anymore. When he lowered his head to look, he noticed that one of his legs had vanished, and dragon blood had already dyed the ground red. The old divine kings present almost didn't see number 9's movements clearly. He was even faster than lightning. He had already returned to his original position and was currently nibbling on Yun Tuo's thigh. In an instant, Yun Tuo let out another shrill cry and fell onto the ground. It was because his other leg had disappeared as well and was drenched in blood. He howled in horror as he crawled towards a distance. When he and Chi Feng were together, it was as if they were hugging each other for warmth. They both leaned against the bluestone, their entire bodies shivering. Clearly, number 9 felt that his thigh meat was more tender than an Empyrean level one. The meat was not coarse, so she ate another one. This scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. They had never seen such a terrifying opponent before. He bit your leg at the slightest disagreement. Who could stand it? At this moment, even the monkey, Li Jiuxiao, and the others were scared, let alone the enemies. This man was too scary, and it made them shudder. What kind of orthodoxy was this? Which great prehistoric sect did it originate from? Now that it had appeared again, the world was destined to be stirred up and become more and more chaotic. Everyone unanimously felt that this lineage was extremely protective. This living corpse was obviously standing up for Chowda, so he would eat whoever Chowda pointed at. However, only Chu Feng himself understood that in number 9's world, there was no such thing as protective. Some just disliked the leg for being too short and whether the meat was good or not. Ninth Master, this is a Kuan dragon, a dragon that grew up in a Kuan's nest. It can be said that he is full of heroic bearing and is in his golden age. He is young and full of vitality. Chu Feng introduced again with a serious expression. Those who didn't know might even think that he was introducing a heaven-warping genius to number 9, a rare young hero. The Kuan dragon felt a headache all of a sudden, and then his lungs were about to explode. He was somewhat frightened and also incomparably resentful. It could be said that he was seething with anger from all 7 orifices. He wanted to kill Chu Feng. Unfortunately, he soon accompanied Chi Feng and Yun Tuo. In the blink of an eye, his left and right legs were held in someone's hands. There's one more member in the legless group. I reckon they can play cards together in wheelchairs. Chu Feng sighed. However, in the ears of the crowd, these words weren't funny at all. The atmosphere was too tense. Everyone was trembling with fear. This was too King scary. Who wouldn't be afraid? Chu Feng asked, Ninth Master, what do you think? There are many species of dragons, and their bloodlines are all very noble. What do you think? The dragon race trembled, falling into the fear of being dominated by great demon King Chao's introduction. At this moment, Long Daiyu's hair stood on end. When he saw number 9 looking over, and then saw Chu Feng also looking over, almost burst into tears and peed his pants. We're on the same side, don't misunderstand. We're all of the same faction. Chowda and I are brothers. He shouted recklessly. That was because he knew that number 9's speed was too fast. Since he had his eyes on him, if he was half a beat slower, he would most likely lose both his legs. Moreover, his legs were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made the crowd speechless. Earlier, the strange dragon didn't dare to act rashly because he knew that any small movements wouldn't escape number 9's discerning eyes. But now, he was anxious and acted at the last minute. My legs are short, he shouted shamelessly. Stop, your legs are shrinking. That's too exaggerated. Chu Feng laughed and then said, Didn't you not want to stay by my side? You've always wanted to take revenge and kill me. Although this smile was bright, in Long Daiyu's eyes, it was like the sinister smile of a demon. It was as if he had seen a bloody mouth open. Brother Da, you're my real brother, my real big brother. Long Daiyu felt as if his butt was on fire. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. He jumped up and rushed over, hugged one of Chu Feng's arms, and almost hung on to him. "We're all members of the Four Beauties. We're family. Brother duh, you can't joke around now. You'll die." The strange dragon was almost in tears. In the end, he even swore a blood oath that no matter how big the misunderstanding or how much blame he had to bear, he wouldn't take revenge. They would still be good brothers in the future. Carrying the strongest blame, I'll just treat it as tempering my heart in the mortal world. The strange dragon's attitude was extremely sincere. Chu Feng patted him on the shoulder and happily agreed. He then began to chat with him warmly. In just a moment, Number 9 had already shifted her gaze to another target. This gave Chu Feng a big fright. Number 9 had set her eyes on the heavenly group again. "Master 9, have mercy," he shouted. At the same time, the old six-eared macaque leaped up, wanting to tear apart the void and resist with all his might. But in the end, a withered palm was still pressed against his but about to tear off one of his legs. At this moment, the old six-eared macaque was truly frightened. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't dodge. He couldn't help but howl and shatter space. If he were to truly shout, the evolvers of other levels nearby would definitely explode and turn into a bloody pulp. Number 9 emitted a weak light that enveloped him, imprisoning the powerful old six-eared macaque and preventing his energy from erupting. "Senior, she's one of us. Please have mercy. My obedient descendant Mi Qing is your disciple's Tao companion." The old monkey no longer cared about integrity. It was useless no matter how black-hearted he was now. He discovered that he had to start with Chu Feng and push out his descendant Mi Qing. In the beginning, he wouldn't have agreed because he'd found a peerlessly talented partner for Mi Qing a long time ago. Moreover, that partner's background was shocking. But now he couldn't care so much. He felt that he should first protect his golden hairy legs. Everyone was speechless. Qi Rong and Yu Shang revealed strange expressions. The monkey covered his face, feeling that his old ancestor had no integrity. In the past, he had refused to agree to this marriage no matter what, but now he was taking the initiative. Mi Qing's beautiful face immediately turned red. She really wanted to shut up her old ancestor's mouth. Where was his usual domineering dignity? In the end, the old six-eared macaque felt like he had a new lease on life. His legs were still there, but a large patch of golden hair on his but was missing, leaving behind a palm print. Number 9 retreated and left the place where he was standing. Ayo! After who knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed, the old six-eared macaque howled towards the sky to vent his nervousness, just like when his body was still strong. It was too dangerous just now, and his thigh was almost eaten. After this unforeseen event, Chu Feng quickly shielded Li Jiuxiao, the monkey, Mi Qing, Xiao Yao, and Yu Shang behind him. He was really afraid that something would happen. "Ninth Master, these people are all my friends. They were the ones who sent the dozens of carriages of blood and food I transported into the number 1 famed mountain. They will send more later." Hearing Chu Feng's words, these people hurriedly nodded. Ji Kai Xian was a fairy-like figure, a peerless beauty from one of the top 5 races in the Yang realm. At this moment, her hair was standing on end. Her long legs were shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye. She was protecting herself. This scene made Chu Feng speechless, and Li Jiuxiao stared blankly. The heavenly group is just SOSO. It's not even as good as the God group. The meat is too old. Forget it. Number 9 spoke and gave up on those people. Chu Feng said, "Ninth Master, you can't say that. It also depends on the race. Haven't you heard that wine is fragrant when it's old?" In an instant, Number 9 stared at Qi Rong and Hao Yuan. "Little friend Chao, I prepared the key to the secret realm for you. When we return, I will help you obtain the creation substance." Qi Rong's face twitched as he spoke. A layer of goosebumps appeared on his thighs. He was really afraid that Chu Feng would focus on introducing him. His hair stood on end. Chu Feng thought about it and said, "Ninth Master, I'm talking about the 9-headed bird race. The older the meat of this race, the more fragrant it is. There is an old ancestor of this race who can be said to be a treasure among the heavenly groups. I will introduce him to you later so that you can get to know each other." The nine-headed bird race were all cursing inwardly. The family rules were mutual understanding. This damn Chow wanted to harm their old ancestor. Who could deliver the message? They hurriedly let the old ancestor avoid the disaster. Unfortunately, no one could leave this place. Oh, the nine-headed bird race is not bad. It still smells like the past. Number 9 spoke, frightening the group. This was a repeat offender. Had he done this in the past? At this time, Chi Feng's cousin, the two divine evolvers who always targeted Chu Feng, had also lost their legs and became members of the legless group. In addition, the other divine king of this race was also deathly pale. He had lost his legs just like that. Let's go to that battlefield. Number 9 spoke and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The remaining people should have escaped the disaster. However, looking carefully now, apart from Chu Feng, everyone had become shorter because their legs had shortened. This was intentional. This included Ji Kai-Xian, Mi Qing, and the peerless goddess of the Tao race, Xiao Shiyan. These peerless beauties didn't care about their image and had all turned themselves into short legs. Their long, white legs had all disappeared. This made Chu Feng speechless. At this moment, on the three-way battlefield, news arrived from the north and shook the entire camp. Report: the blood energy in the north is overflowing and engulfing the great provinces. An ineffable creature has awakened. It's suspected that the peerless experts of the martial madman's faction are heading south. Someone reported. This was the latest news sent through the domain transmission altar and immediately reached the ears of the higher-ups on the battlefield. Report: the blood energy in the north is overwhelming. A peerless expert has awakened. Moreover, some people have already set off and are heading south to the three-way battlefield. The latest news arrived one after another. Where's Chowda? Didn't he say he would be back in 2 hours? Where is he now? Someone shouted from the Yongzhou camp. Quickly go and find them. There are several celestial venerables following them, so there shouldn't be any accidents. Bring Chowda back. The old ancestor of the nine-headed bird race said sinisterly. The martial madman's faction heading south had shaken the three-way battlefield. Chapter 1278. Outside the number 1 mountain, many people felt like they had just survived a disaster. They heaved a sigh of relief. At least their legs hadn't been bitten off. Of course, the Kuan dragon, divine monarch Chi Feng, and the god-rank evolver Yin Tuo were exceptions. Their moods were terrible, and at the same time, they were afraid. The only thing they could rejoice about was that their lives were saved. However, Chi Feng's vision darkened. He tried to regenerate his broken legs, but it was useless. They couldn't grow back. The Kuan dragon was fine, but even a saint couldn't fly off the ground in the Yang realm. Naturally, he didn't have the ability to regrow limbs unless he used rare medicines. However, Chi Feng was a divine monarch. He was powerful enough, but now he couldn't do anything. This shocked him so much that he almost fainted. Would he have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life? Such a scene was unimaginable. He was a divine monarch, but he couldn't regrow his legs. In fact, not to mention him, even the 12-winged silver dragon ancestor, a true Empyrean of the dragon race, was green in the face. He only had one leg left, and he was standing on the ground. He tried his best to regenerate his broken leg, but he failed. An Empyrean who looked down on the world was going to become a crippled sky dragon? No, a legless sky dragon. At this moment, the old ancestor of the silver dragon race was seeing stars and was about to faint. Was the reputation he had built up over the years going to collapse? Ever since he became an Empyrean, he had intimidated all the races for tens of thousands of years. In his old age, he couldn't even protect his limbs and would become a crippled dragon? The Kuan dragon, Yin Tuo, Chi Feng, and the others felt as if the world was collapsing. They were still young and had a long life ahead of them. Were they going to have to sit in a wheelchair in the future? They had never seen such a powerhouse who could regrow limbs after reaching a certain realm. Would they be laughed at for the rest of their lives? At this time, They all knew that number 9 was too strong. Although the wounds were no longer painful, there was still an inexplicable remnant of Tao that affected the regeneration of the body. Even Empyrean Silver Dragon couldn't overcome this. This made the others despair. There was probably no hope. At this time, Chu Feng's expression was a bit more serious. He was standing in the domain of number 9, very close to him. He was discussing some matters of the three-way battlefield with him. Because he mentioned the martial madman, this matter could not be hidden from number 9. He did not know if number 9 could stop that martial madman. After all, the martial madman was too terrifying. His aura had swallowed the world and shocked the ancients and the contemporaries. He had simply grown into an insurmountable mountain in the Yang realm and was a monument that couldn't be avoided in the field of evolution. Number 9's domain was impenetrable. Even if the people around them were very close, they wouldn't be able to see the two clearly. It was a blur, and they wouldn't be able to hear their conversation. Martial madman sounds familiar. Sounds like a troublesome creature, number 9 muttered to himself. There was no doubt that his state of mind was fluctuating. Sometimes he remembered the past very clearly and was not vague about major events, and sometimes he was often absent-minded. Oh, I remember now. Last time, you said there was a type of mad demon that formed a nest. The young ones were called Tai Wu, the young ones were called Mo Wu, and the old ones were called martial madmen. They tasted delicious. Number 9 recalled the words that Chu Feng and Old Gu had used to trick him last time. Chu Feng's face immediately turned green. When he said those words, he had paid the price in blood. Number 9 had directly cast a blood curse on him, telling him to at least catch a young mad demon, Tai Wu. He had to send this kind of food to the first mountain, or else he wouldn't be able to break the blood curse. That time, Chu Feng had shot himself in the foot. He didn't know if number 9 had done it on purpose or not. No matter. Let's go take a look at that battlefield, number 9 said. In the end, he revealed a strange expression. His eyes glowed with a faint green light as he sized up Chu Feng and looked at the first famed mountain behind him. If I leave, it won't be good if there's no one here to look after me. How about you enter the first famed mountain and help me watch over the crack in the depths of the Scarlet Plateau? When Chu Feng heard this, he was instantly stunned. What was going on? Was he going to be left behind? It was different from what he had expected. Although this body of yours is flawed at this level and isn't strong enough, it's still passable and can be reconstructed. Lend it to me for a while, number 9 said. When Chu Feng heard this, he was truly shocked. He was a great saint, known as a mythical creature, but in the eyes of number 9, he was still lacking. He actually had some flaws, especially when number 9 wasn't looking down on him from a higher level. Instead, she was only talking about his current realm. In the domain of saints, he couldn't even be considered complete. Chu Feng was a little unconvinced. He believed that he had already transcended the path of the strongest. At the very least, he had slaughtered other great saints. His battle record was extremely glorious. I'll take over your body and walk the mortal world on your behalf in this life. I'll cultivate this flawed body to perfection. What do you think? Number 9 asked. He was rather indifferent, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Furthermore, he added, your soul light can enter my body and guard the Scarlet Plateau. When Chu Feng heard these words, his heart really went cold. He was shivering from head to toe. After talking for so long, this number 9 was going to take over his body, replace him. It sounded nice. Wouldn't it be a different person if he was going to walk the mortal world on his behalf in this life? It was simply too terrifying. He was going to imprison him in the first mountain. Chu Feng's hair stood on end. He retreated, but where could he retreat to when he was in the other party's domain? He had been imprisoned. It was very hard to imagine that number 9 was actually going to replace the scene when he appeared in the mortal world. She was going to interact with his relatives, friends, and confidants. That really made one tremble with fear. Even if number 9 took over his body and killed until he was invincible in the world one day. So what? That wasn't him anymore. Why? How did the situation suddenly change to actually reach this step? Chu Feng's state of mind couldn't calm down. Senior, don't you just want to return to the world of the living again? Why use someone else's body? It's not worth it. The true experience and comprehension of life all need to be personally put into practice. Chu Feng tried his best to dissuade her. If that kind of thing really happened, you might as well just die and be done with it. I want to give it a try and start all over again, Number 9 said calmly. You don't have to worry about anything. If this body has descendants, they will also be considered your descendants. Their genetic attributes won't change. After Chu Feng heard this, his face turned green on the spot. Number 9's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. It was horrifying and made people feel rather terrified. After some so-called children of destiny died unexpectedly, they appeared in another realm and reincarnated in someone else's body. It's actually very lamentable. Can the bloodline born after that still be considered his own descendants? Number 9 said in all seriousness. Chu Feng felt that no matter how lamentable it was, it couldn't be as lamentable as him. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't want to be replaced by someone else and leave only his physical body to walk in the mortal world to give birth to so-called descendants. Senior, don't say any more. I'd rather commit suicide and die cleanly, said Chu Feng. He was secretly preparing to sacrifice the reincarnation earth and the small wooden spear to launch a surprise attack. However, he had no confidence in his heart because Number 9 was unfathomable. If Number 1 to Number 9 were the same person and had continuously transformed and perfected themselves over the years, then there probably wouldn't be many people in the world who could kill him. After all, he had evolved again and constantly optimized himself. Only God knew how powerful Number 9's body had become. At this moment, Chu Feng's bitterness and hatred ran deep. He wanted to fight to the death. However, at the last moment, he changed his mind. He suddenly revealed a strange expression and took the initiative to say, "All right, I've thought it through. I can change bodies." "Why did you change your mind?" asked Number 9. "Life is nothing more than an experience. What I pursue is evolution, the exploration of the unknown. I want to occupy your body and hold the flag on the bloody highland. I want to enter the smooth, huge crevice and see if I can swim to the other side. I want to struggle with all my might." Number 9's face twitched, and she was speechless for a long time. Finally, she said, "Both your and Li Su's hearts are black. What's going on?" Chu Feng was stunned. Number 9 said, "Back when Li Su tricked Number 4 out of the mountain, he also encountered such a situation. Number 4 wanted to replace him and walk in the mortal world. Li Su was overjoyed and clamored to hurry up and change bodies so that he could explore the true meaning of life on the other side of the crevice. Chu Feng, he had been forced into a corner and had purposely threatened and intimidated Number 9, ready to throw caution to the wind. Who would have thought that Li Su would have such an instinctive reaction? He was indeed worthy of being the prehistoric Black Hand. Then Chu Feng came back to his senses. Number 9 was just repeating an old matter and not really trying to take over Li Su's body. It was some kind of test. He really wanted to say, #yin%. How could he do things like this? It was too scary. Number 9 was a creature that was usually lifeless. His eyes were green, and he would swallow his saliva whenever he stared at a living creature. He was incomparably stern and frightening. Who would have thought that he would suddenly have the wrong idea and torment someone like this? You should ponder this question. Many years later, if you encounter a similar choice, you must choose carefully. Number 9 suddenly said such a sentence. What do you mean? Chu Feng immediately became serious. What did Number 9 mean? Was she warning him or hinting at him? Number 9 said, many years after leaving this place, Li Su stood at a crossroads and made a choice. Thus, he disappeared. Chu Feng's hair stood on end. Number 9 was actually not speaking casually. It seemed to be related to the shocking secret of the prehistoric Black Hand's death or disappearance. Where did Li Su go? Unfortunately, Number 9 did not say much and did not say anything else. He only sighed. For some reason, Chu Feng had goosebumps all over his body. When one reached Li Su's level of strength, Would he still encounter a strange crossroad of fate? He had heard from Old Goo that when Li Su wanted to conquer the Gradine realm, he suddenly died and disappeared from the Yang realm. Was there a hidden story behind this? Even Old Goo did not know. Is the physical body important? Number 9 finally asked Chu Feng. It's important. It's with the soul. Chu Feng answered solemnly. Number 9 nodded, retracted his domain, and looked at the 3 battlefields. Let's go, he said. Rumble. A dazzling silver light bloomed from his feet and reached the horizon. Everyone was shocked to find that they were already standing on it, including the celestial venerables. They began to cross the sky and approached the 3 battlefields. At this time, someone from the martial madman's faction had already descended on the Yongzhou camp. Where is Chowda? His cold voice shook the entire camp. Chapter 1279. The people of the martial madman's faction headed south. Some of them arrived at the 3 battlefields, looking incomparably arrogant and bossy. The most precious divine tea was served in the Harmony Prefecture camp. There were powerhouses accompanying them and treating them with kind words. However, the attitude of the people heading south was too high. They called out Chowda's name and asked him to come quickly. It was truly disdain. They sat high up and didn't speak much. Why aren't you telling him to get over here? In the end, the people heading south became impatient and directly urged him like this. They were truly domineering to a certain extent and didn't put the evolvers here and Chowda in their eyes. At this time, a grand and divine silver light spread out at the end of the horizon. It seemed to be able to traverse the ancient universe, traverse reincarnation, pass through life and death, and reach the other shore. The silver light covered the ground. The mountains and rivers reversed, and the stars shifted positions. Even time seemed to have stopped for it. Number 9 set up the silver light. His speed was simply too fast. Everyone stood on the silver light and moved with him. They arrived outside the vast 3-way battlefields in the first instance. Ahead, the land was boundless and emitted an ancient and vicissitude aura. Wisps of indescribable mist rose up. This was a battlefield that had existed since ancient times and coexisted with heaven and earth. Many of the great battles of the Yang realm had been fought here. Some areas were barren and turned into bloody plains. Some areas were filled with countless corpses of various races. Some places were scattered with star remains, all of which had been cut down during the decisive battle of the past. There were also some places where battleships were scattered like a steel forest. They had all been destroyed. In this special terrain, these battleships that could pierce through the starry sky couldn't safely take to the sky. Number 9 stopped in the silver light and didn't advance any further. Instead, he looked down at the grand, ancient battlefield. Naturally, he wasn't paying attention to these things on the surface. Instead, he was paying attention to some deeper things like secret realms or the fragments of the world's number 1 famed mountain. In the past, there was a supreme mountain that rose from the ground and crashed into the 4th forbidden area, turning it into ruins and desolate ruins. Otherwise, who would dare to come here and fight? Who would be able to set foot here? Back then, this was an infamous, ominous land in the Yang realm. The creatures here had once commanded the Yang realm and were worshipped from all directions. Number 9's eyes were green and lush. He stared at the depths of this battlefield. The terrain of this region was special, and even now, it was still a vile land. Not even Empyreans were willing to lightly approach it. There's an old fart alive? Number 9 said to himself. He seemed to be able to see through the void and the secret realm, overlooking the truth of the prehistoric forbidden land. These words made many people tremble with fear. In the depths of the battlefield, there were still living creatures in those strange lands, and there were even ancient creatures residing there. This was definitely a major event. Back then, this was the 4th forbidden land that had overlooked the world of mortals. No one in the outside world dared to not lower their heads. This place had dominated for countless years. Everyone thought that this place had been completely destroyed. The creatures of the former fourth forbidden land in the world had all died out. Who would have thought that number 9 would have this kind of reaction after coming here? The feeling that number 9 gave others was that of a savage and bloody person. When she said she would bite people's thighs, she would immediately take action without any hesitation. In the eyes of the crowd, he was a bloodthirsty demon king. He was inflexible and not easy to talk to. But now, when he suddenly opened his mouth, it gave people a completely different feeling. Yes, it can't come out. Serves it right. He stared at the depths of the battlefield. His lush green gaze seemed to penetrate all matter, and nothing could stop it. This made people extremely astonished. He actually had this kind of expression, as if he was taking joy in someone else's misfortune. This was clearly a living corpse, an incomparably ancient existence. Now, it actually had a bit of a mischievous flavor, making people speechless. When humans, a group of legless people, definitely couldn't understand his current liveliness. They would only feel that this terrifying creature was opening its bloody mouth and provoking them. Suddenly, in the depths of the battlefield, it was as if a colossus had awakened. Special scarlet light immediately rose, as if it was going to shake the stars in the sky. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. They were absolutely horrified, including Chi Rong and the others. They all felt as if their bodies were going to explode, and their hearts were filled with endless fear. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see a terrifying creature that was incomparably large. It was trapped in a secret realm in the depths of the battlefield, and it was currently opening its golden eyes to tear apart the entire Yang realm. In a daze, people saw the sun falling, the moon exploding, and the other stars also burning before falling down in a rustling manner. That pair of golden eyes was incomparably large. When the falling sun and the burning stars slid down from his eyes, they were like mosquitoes, very small and petty. His blood energy was accompanied by golden light and dyed in scarlet. It was like a raging flame burning the 33 heavens, drowning the heavens and earth, covering all the mountains, rivers, and starry skies. Only a pair of eyes could be seen within the blood energy. It was also precisely because of this that they couldn't see its true appearance. They didn't know whether it was a ferocious beast or a person. For a moment, everyone was about to suffocate. Even Chi Rong and the 12-winged silver dragon old ancestor were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. They wanted to bow down and worship it. They simply couldn't believe that there was actually such a powerful creature in this world. There was such a terrifying creature that could make them tremble in fear even though they were separated by time and space, separated by an ancient secret realm. Their souls were trembling, and they wanted to kowtow. Just what level of evolver was this? At this moment, their hearts were trembling. Their fleshly bodies were trembling, and even their lips were trembling. When that aura slammed into them, they felt as insignificant as specks of dust, as weak as ants. They were too weak and petty. What was that? Everyone wanted to shout out loud. They felt like their minds were about to collapse. Huff! Number 9 shouted softly. In a split second, that terrifying creature disappeared. That enormous and boundless blood-dyed golden eye was gone. Everything just now seemed to be an illusion. It vanished like smoke and clouds, as if that kind of creature had never appeared. Ninth Master, what was that? Chu Feng asked. He was still considered to be all right. At the crucial moment, he put on the armor refined from the reincarnation earth, so he naturally remained as still as a mountain and calmly passed through. Many others fell to the ground, their faces pale. It's nothing. It's just a monster. He can't come out. Just now, he only passed a hint of anger through my gaze. Number 9 replied. This was even more shocking. Even this was possible? A trace of emotion passed through Number 9's gaze was enough to make everyone fall for it. Even celestial venerable Chi Rong couldn't stand it. Just how terrifying was that creature? Was this the creature that inhabited the fourth forbidden land? They hadn't truly gone extinct yet. There's nothing to worry about. If he could turn the clouds and rain, he would have come out long ago. Would he still be sitting here? He can't move. Number 9 rejoiced in others' misfortune once again. Ninth Master, did you sink this place? Chu Feng asked. He had too many questions. The first thing he asked was why the world's #1 mountain had risen from the ground back then, and why one of them had crashed into this place. What kind of grudge was there? It wasn't me. Number 9 shook her head in denial. This made Chu Feng bewildered. From his point of view, this must have been caused by the creature from the world's #1 mountain. The others were also astonished. It had nothing to do with the living corpse in front of them. The one who did it was someone stronger than me, Number 9 said calmly. This left Chu Feng in a daze. For a moment, he was filled with wild and fanciful thoughts. The others were shocked. What kind of creature was more powerful than this living corpse? It was simply unfathomable. I feel that Senior's cultivation is world-shaking. There are few in the world who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Long Dayu was the first to flatter him. He didn't regard himself as an outsider at all and regarded himself as a kindred spirit. I'm really not strong. I've taken many wrong paths and retracted my foot several times. My current strength is limited, Number 9 said calmly. Celestial Venerable Silver Dragon, who had one of his legs eaten, had a stupefied expression. He simply didn't want to live anymore. Number 9 was so fierce, yet he still said that his strength was not enough. How could he, who had lost a leg, endure this? Qi Rong and Hao Yuan shut their mouths and didn't say a word. I've taken many wrong paths. In fact, if I hadn't retreated from the wrong paths, I would have been very strong. But I retracted my feet and am not in the frontier, so I'm really ordinary, Number 9 said. Number 9 said. He really didn't know whether to call him humble or honest. Chu Feng frowned. What if Number 9 really encountered the martial madman in his current state and was killed? It would be more reassuring if he was in his peak state. After all, the martial madman wasn't just any ordinary person. He was too terrifying, sweeping through the Yang realm with few opponents. Especially after some prehistoric creatures died, he became even more unreachable. It was as if he was sitting cross-legged above the 33 heavens, looking down on all races. Time passed, and the era changed. Generation after generation of powerhouses were replaced. The old grew old, and the dead died. Some people speculated that the martial madman was truly invincible in loneliness. So much so that a certain place in the north where he had lived in seclusion had been called another forbidden area in the Yang realm. At this moment, the silver light under Number 9's feet had long been restrained. They had been standing here for some time and looking at the battlefield. Let's go in and have a look. Number 9 took a step forward and walked toward the Yongzhou camp. Chu Feng followed beside him. The others wanted to immediately disperse and stay away from this creature, but in the end, they didn't dare to and followed him. Yes, this is your home field. You guys lead the way, said Number 9. He let Qi Rong, Hao Yuan, and the others walk in front while he fell in the middle of the group. At this moment, the most anxious ones were the 9-headed bird race. They were truly anxious and anxious. They couldn't wait to send a letter and report to their old ancestor that the thigh-eating creature had arrived. They had to run quickly. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to act rashly, let alone secretly transmit their voices. In front of a creature like Number 9, all small movements couldn't be concealed. Greetings, Celestial Venerable. The evolvers of the Yongzhou camp trembled when they saw Qi Rong, the old 6-eared macaque, and the others return. Many of them hurriedly saluted. In addition, there were people who hurried to report to the higher-ups, telling the 9-headed bird race's old ancestor and the others to be at ease. Chowda had been successfully brought back. However, people also found it strange. Why did this group of people seem to have become shorter? Was this an illusion? What stunned everyone the most was that Fairy Ji Kai-Xian, Mi Qing, and Xiao Shiyun were all acting so strangely. Were their snow-white long legs? Why were these peerless beauties ahead or too shorter? It was too strange. The legless people hadn't been discovered yet because they didn't want others to see them in such a miserable state. They were all covered by long robes and carried by others. As for the one-legged, heavenly venerate silver dragon, he was still walking on his own. Hee hee, you're finally back. After receiving the report, the nine-headed bird race's old ancestor immediately walked out of a large tent shrouded in chaotic energy and rushed over. Old ancestor, run. This was the thought of everyone from the nine-headed bird race. They really wanted to shout and warn him, but no one dared to do so. Oh, Chowda, you're finally back. There's an esteemed guest waiting for you today. All right, has someone from your sect arrived? The nine-headed bird race's old ancestor chuckled, but there was boundless coldness and ruthlessness in the depths of his eyes. He was very strong, and his divine sense was very sharp, so he should be able to sense everything. However, number 9 was overseeing this place, so she could naturally cover up any abnormalities. The nine-headed bird race's old ancestor didn't immediately notice anything wrong. Old ancestor, please don't say anymore. Silence is golden. The nine-headed bird race's people were praying that the old ancestor wouldn't say anything. God King Chi Feng's emotions were fluctuating violently, and his face was pale. This kind of abnormality could definitely send out a message, but with number 9 standing there, everything became calm and normal. Oh, why aren't you saying anything, Chowda? Looks like you didn't invite anyone from your sect. I sympathize with you, the nine-headed bird race's old ancestor said indifferently. He didn't even see that there was one more person, number 9. This was terrifying, and it terrified Chi Feng and the others. Old ancestor, you must be strong. At this moment, everyone from a nine-headed bird race was shouting in their hearts. This was because they felt that the old ancestor's legs couldn't be saved. In the future, he needed to be stronger. The nine-headed bird race's old ancestor was not immortal. His magic power was profound, and at this moment, he finally felt a trace of abnormality. Did I say something wrong? Oh, Brother Yushang, don't tell me you're going to protect Chao to the end. But people from the north are coming, and it's not easy to explain. Do you want to become enemies with them? The nine-headed bird race's old ancestor revealed a somewhat fake smile. At this moment, a monstrous golden light exploded from a large tent in the camp. The tent exploded, and a shout rang out. Chowda, roll over here and receive the decree. Chapter 1280. A large tent in the center exploded with golden light shooting into the sky. The martial madman's faction didn't give any face at all. They destroyed the golden tent just like that and walked out in large strides. He was tall, strong, and had long brown hair draped over his shoulders. His bronze-colored body was very sturdy, and his bare arm was engraved with a mountain and river diagram. This person looked very young and had the eyes of a hawk. He didn't put the evolvers in the Harmony Prefecture camp in his eyes at all. He stood there with a cold gaze like a bolt of lightning streaking across the void. Chowda, come here. He opened his mouth. His voice was deafening and sonorous like a bronze bell. This was only after he noticed that a heavenly venerate was present. Hence, he restrained himself a little and didn't act too overbearing. Even so, his arrogant attitude and superior aura made others realize the strength of the martial madman's faction. He didn't even greet a heavenly venerate. Many people in the Harmony Prefecture camp frowned, especially heavenly venerable Haoyuan who had returned with number 9. His eyes were cold. What did the martial madman's faction think of this place as? This was the territory of his grandmaster, the overlord of Harmony Prefecture. No matter how strong the martial madman was, his Harmony Prefecture wouldn't lower its head to him. The 3 overlords of the present era shouldn't be weaker than the martial madman. At this time, Chu Feng didn't pay attention to him. He just quietly watched him act, waiting to see what the latter would do next. Many people in the camp had ugly expressions, especially the old divine monarchs who were in charge of receiving the envoy not long ago. All of them were sullen and depressed. The envoy from the north was only a deity-level life form. The Harmony Prefecture Heavenly Venerables didn't personally meet him out of consideration for their status. This made it difficult for some of the legendary figures. Although they were old powerhouses and top-notch divine monarchs, they still had to speak politely to a deity-level evolver. Moreover, this deity envoy didn't care about them at all. He was extremely arrogant and somewhat looked down on them. His attitude was rather cold, and his words were blunt. Two old divine monarchs wanted to grab him by the collar and ask him how strong and amazing he was that he dared to look down on divine monarchs like this. In fact, the martial madman's faction was indeed very strong. Something like the divine punishment monarch had happened before. So, they had always been confident. "Where's Chowda? Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf?" Ling Yi's expression was cold, his eyes sharp. He had already shouted twice, but the other party actually didn't respond. Was he afraid and wanted to escape? Next to the nine-headed bird race's old ancestor, a divine king spoke up. His but wasn't straight, wishing to completely take Chowda's life, berating him. "Chowda, the envoy is asking you a question. Why aren't you coming over quickly? Don't you have any manners? Come and greet him." At this time, Divine King Scarlet Peak and the other nine-headed birds who understood the inside story all wanted to curse out. They wanted to get rid of this clansman. Wasn't this just inviting disaster for no reason? Who are all of you? All of you are acting like big wolves. Are you addicted? Chu Feng finally opened his mouth. He didn't want to continue listening to them scolding him like this. "So it's you. You killed Li Chuntian and still dare to disrespect the martial ancestor?" Ling Yi, the envoy from the martial madman's faction, said coldly. He stared at Chu Feng with cold eyes. He already saw him as a dead man, but he couldn't kill him now. The second ancestor had ordered him to capture him alive. But from the bottom of his heart, he was still somewhat astonished. He knew that Li Chuntian cultivated the seven deaths method and should have reached the fifth revolution. He was extremely powerful, but in the end, he was still defeated and killed. "I'm Chao Yu," Chu Feng spoke, announcing his name. It was actually this name? Ling Yi's pupils constricted. Was this intentional? The one he knew was Chowda. So how did it become Chao Yu? In an instant, his eyes turned cold. Was the other party intentionally humiliating the sect's martial ancestor? That was because the martial madman's only defeat back then was at Li Su's hands. After more than 800 rounds, he was beaten badly and had no choice but to escape. After fighting with Li Su for such a long time, he was still able to leave in the end. This was especially rare. One had to know that back then, Li Su even dared to lay a hand on the forbidden area. He lit a fire and quietly burned half of it. The strong were extremely daring and dared to do anything. Of course, this was a great humiliation to the martial madman. He had never been defeated in his life and was one of the strongest legends among legends. He was very unconvinced. He believed that he had lost to Li Su's wondrous techniques. In fact, he was not afraid of Li Su, so he sneaked around the famous mountains and great rivers in search of the lost arts of invincibility. In the end, he really found them. For example, the complete art of time, which was known as one of the top 3 supreme arts in history. This was not the initial stage of the Thousand Autumn Slayer that Li Chuntian had displayed. It was unparalleled and profound. Unfortunately, when the martial madman wanted to find Li Su again, his opponent was already dead. He had disappeared from the world of the living, and there was no way for him to take revenge or fight again. Over the years, apart from entering the famous mountains and great rivers in search of the most powerful arts in history, the martial madman had always been in seclusion. He became stronger and stronger, looking down on both the past and present. In fact, Lingy knew that he had heard the Almighty of the sect mention that when the martial madman patriarch explored the most terrifying famous mountains and great rivers, he had once encountered a prehistoric legend who was in deep sleep. In the end, the martial madman made his move. He fought with the supreme expert of an era and finally succeeded in killing him. His blood dyed the mountains and rivers, and he bathed in the baptism of the supreme blood. He roared crazily and shook off countless stars. The scene was too terrifying. Unfortunately, the famous mountains and great rivers were regarded as forbidden lands. No one set foot there, and not many people in the outside world could sense it. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to shake the past and present, adding another supreme legendary achievement to the martial madman's name. Therefore, when Ling Yi heard Chao call himself Li Su, his pupils shrank. The other party was provoking him and deliberately targeting him. He wanted to use the sky-burning lamp to extract his soul. "Get over here." Ling Yi directly pointed with his finger and smiled coldly at Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't get angry because he knew this person would be very miserable. He was quite calm and said, "Come and have an audience with my ninth master." "Who do you want to have an audience with?" Ling Yi said coldly. It had always been people from other orthodoxies who came to their lineage to have an audience with the martial madman's successor. He had never heard of anyone daring to make them have an audience. Now his eyes were cold as he swept his gaze over everyone. He didn't have much respect for the celestial venerables because he had a powerful sect behind him. Their aura could swallow the mountains and rivers, and they overlooked the rise and fall of the Yang realm. They had never been afraid of anyone. "You really invited someone. Is it your master?" Ling Yi looked at number 9 and sized him up. He didn't feel the kind of aura that made his heart palpitate. He didn't believe it. This was an ultimate creature that could swallow the sun and moon with its mouth and turn the world pitch black with its eyes closed. He felt that any personal disciple of the martial ancestor would be able to command a region and massacre those so-called top-notch sections. Such a creature and such an orthodoxy were nothing. They could only bow their heads in front of the martial madman's lineage. Ling Yi looked at number 9 and said indifferently, "You taught a good disciple. Do you know that he has caused a great disaster for your lineage? The misfortune of having your lineage destroyed will befall you." At this moment, old six-eared macaque, Qi Feng, Li Jiuxiao, Qi Rong, and the others were speechless. They all shut up and didn't say a word. They just watched quietly. If the martial madman came in person, he had the right to say anything. Even if his personal disciple came into the world, he would have the confidence to command a region and look down on the heroes here. However, he, an envoy, dared to speak to number 9 like this. Even celestial venerable Qi Rong's face twitched. He felt that his courage was commendable. Didn't he see that celestial venerable silver dragon was missing a leg? This was the price to pay in blood. They had personally experienced it. However, they felt that this young god-rank evolver couldn't be blamed. Normally speaking, he did have the confidence to represent his sect. How many people would dare to disobey and eat him alive? Chao, kneel and receive the decree. Ling Yi proudly held a golden scroll in his hand. Before he opened it, it was already emitting an inexplicable Taoist charm and a terrifying aura. At the same time, he also looked towards number 9, saying, "Not being strict in teaching is the teacher's laziness." Chao provoked a great disaster, and you are also responsible. If your orthodoxy doesn't want to be massacred, I think it's better for your entire sect to head north and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps there might still be a chance. At the crucial moment, he didn't scold number 9 for kneeling down with him. However, such words still made people speechless. Regardless of whether the orthodoxy of the number 1 famed mountain could provoke the martial madman, it was normal for them to eat this junior envoy. Huh. Ling Yi was suddenly shocked because he found that the skinny creature beside Chao was actually eating something. It was bloody. That was a leg. Why did it look so familiar? Ling Yi's pupils constricted, and he suddenly lowered his head. Then, he immediately screamed. Where was the leg? Why was it missing a leg? He simply couldn't believe it. Where did this fierce person come from? He was actually eating his leg. His movements were too fast. Before he could react, the other party was already chewing on his leg. He didn't even have time to spit out the bones. Who are you? Which orthodoxy do you come from? How dare you go against the martial ancestor? I am the envoy from the north, and I represent the will of the martial madman. Ling Yi shouted. There was anger, shock, and even more so, endless fear in his voice. Martial madman? It does sound familiar recently. Isn't that the crazy person who was beaten by San Long until his scalp bled? Number 9 spoke in a calm voice. At this time, let alone Ling Yi, all the experts in the Harmony camp were dumbfounded and indescribably shaken. Someone who dared to call Li Su Sanlong must have a frighteningly high status. He must be an old monster from prehistory. At the same time, he actually dared to speak of the martial madman in such a manner. Was he crazy? Who are you? Ling, he shouted. Then he fell to the ground and lay there because his other leg had also disappeared. Blood dyed the cold and hard ground red. Ah! He screamed, incomparably terrified. Chu Feng said, "This is my ninth master. You can call him ninth patriarch. Yes, Li Su is from this lineage, and my name is Chao Yu. You should understand, right?" What do I understand? Ling, he was in so much pain that his head was covered in cold sweat. He wanted to shout loudly, but after calming down a little and understanding the relationship, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. "Where are you from?" he shouted in a trembling voice. "Only now do you remember to ask." Chu Feng curled his lips, but still told him. "Li Su's sect is the #1 mount in the world. I think your lineage should be clear. We naturally came from there." At this moment, Ling Yi's vision darkened. While he felt horrified, he also felt endless regret. How could he have met a monster from this lineage? If there was a blemish on a martial madman's record, it was definitely caused by his battle with Li Su. Even though Li Su had reappeared and the martial madman was fearless, he had still suffered a great loss and was tricked by Li Su once. This fact could not be changed. At this moment, there was someone even more horrified than Ling Yi. His hair stood on end, and he had goosebumps all over his body. That person was the nine-headed bird race's patriarch. His vision darkened, and he felt like the world was spinning. He finally understood why he had sensed something strange earlier. After all, his divine sense was very sharp and powerful. He had sensed something special for a moment, but in the end his mind was in a trance, and he had missed it. Now it seemed that a supreme expert had caused his senses to go awry. This made him tremble, and he felt that something terrible might happen to him. Chapter 1281. The old ancestor of the nine-headed bird race, Chi Su, felt a little guilty and saw stars. What had he said not long ago? And now who was he facing? What orthodoxy was it? It was actually the sect of the prehistoric Dark Hand Li Su. Needless to say, just the name of Li Su alone could suppress the ancient times and shake the prehistoric times. How could this lineage not be feared? He was really a little dizzy. Even as a celestial venerable, he had no confidence and his body was about to stiffen. The old ancestor of the nine-headed bird race, Chi Su, stared at number 9 with goosebumps all over his body. Cold air poured into his body from his tailbone, making him feel uneasy and almost want to flee. The most miserable one was Ling Yi. He was still trembling as he struggled to get up. He leaned against a rock and looked down at his legs. They were gone. They were empty. Blood was flowing. He couldn't believe it. This was not a dream, but the true, cruel reality. As a descendant of the martial madman's lineage, his legs had been twisted and he was used as food. He wanted to say something ruthless, but seeing number 9 so calm and still eating his thigh, he felt a chill run down his spine and chose to keep his mouth shut. He regretted going south. At that time, the second disciple of the martial madman, the second ancestor, had awakened from seclusion. His blood chi was monstrous and enveloped the northern provinces. That was not the martial madman's seclusion ground, but his second disciple's seclusion ground. It was relatively close to the 3 battlefields. Originally, the second ancestor wanted to go south himself, but he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation and couldn't leave. In the end, he wrote a decree to let people go south. Then, he hurriedly went into seclusion and didn't care about this matter. That was because he was in a seclusion of death. It wasn't easy to come out of seclusion, and he could face death at any time. And this time, he was at the most critical juncture. If he could get through it, he would be able to reach a higher level and see a vast world. It was a scene that only a few powerhouses had ever experienced since ancient times. If he failed, he would never have the chance to ascend again in this lifetime. Moreover, he would no longer be able to reverse the withered body of his old age and could only wait for death. That was why after he was disturbed, his blood energy overflowed into the heavens, covering the mountains, rivers, and earth, tearing apart the heavens. However, soon after, he had no choice but to restrain himself and focus on breaking through. If it was a normal day, how would he dare to do this? Even if a wisp of his master's demonic nature appeared when he was young, he would still burn incense and kowtow, sincerely worshiping and serving him. After the decree was written and released, his disciples were moved. They originally wanted to personally descend and make a trip together. However, Ling Yi of the younger generation immediately suggested that they were only dealing with a saint. An Empyrean descending was truly too much of a ruckus, and they were overestimating Chowda. It was enough for him to pass down the decree. This was in line with the transcendent status of their lineage. If the elders of the sect were worried, they could come a little later. Otherwise, they would be placing too much importance on Chowda. How could they show the superiority of the martial madman's faction? Just like that, Ling Yi rushed over. He had originally thought that this was a rare opportunity to show his face, to show off the domineering aura of the martial progenitor clan, and also to shine. Who would have thought that what was waiting for him was number 9, the orthodoxy that their lineage feared the most? The martial madman's faction could look down on anyone and stand above them, but the Li Su lineage couldn't be looked down upon. They had to act as if they were facing a great enemy. But what had he done? He had swaggered around in front of number 9 and made Chowda kneel down to receive the decree. How could the people of that lineage comply? Now it seemed that he hadn't lost his legs in vain. Ling, he was filled with regret. He wanted to slap himself twice in the face. Who asked you to steal the credit? Why did you have to scheme to pass down the decree? Now you're suffering. Martial granduncle. I won't be able to keep my life. Ling, he took out a snow-white conch and transmitted his voice in a low voice. He had chosen to report it at the critical moment. He had to inform the sect about this matter. It had long since exceeded his control, and he, a divine-level evolver, was too insignificant here. On this battlefield, all kinds of battleships and airships couldn't fly. They would crash due to the interference of the special terrain, and all communication devices couldn't be used. However, this snow-white conch could transmit messages one-to-one. It was a special treasure refined by the martial madman's faction. After he transmitted this message, the jade-like conch was full of cracks. Then, it shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. I don't want to kill, but if the entire martial madman's faction is involved, I have no choice but to fight. Number 9 said indifferently. Celestial Venerable Silver Dragon, Chi Feng, and the others were speechless. They cursed silently. You don't want to kill, but you eat people's thighs at every turn. That's even more frightening. The others were awed. This living corpse-like creature dared to say such words to the martial madman's faction. This was a sign that they could fight. Ninth Master, your condition. Chu Feng was worried. He didn't know if number 9 could withstand the true martial madman. Boom! Almost in an instant, a black light surged over from the horizon, bringing with it a monstrous blood chi. It enveloped the entire battlefield. An expert had arrived. A true powerhouse was approaching. He didn't conceal himself and emitted the energy of a celestial venerable. He was going to start a massacre and bathe this place in blood. A celestial venerable had arrived. She was a genius under the second patriarch. Compared to other celestial venerables, she was very young and impressive. She had entered the realm of a celestial venerable at the prime of her life. Although she had just entered the realm and had only achieved this recently, everyone felt that her future was limitless and that she would become a king among celestial venerables. This female genius, Yulan, had been heading south and was already close to this place. After receiving Conch's transmission, she immediately appeared and charged over. She was as white as snow and spotless. Her fine black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and she was quite beautiful. At this level, her temperament was especially outstanding. A female celestial venerable, the youngest disciple under the second patriarch, was bound to become a great celestial venerable and a king among them. At this moment, she was graceful and sacred. A hazy radiance enveloped her body. She was pure and untainted, and her expression was cold and indifferent. Her skin was as fair as suet jade as she overlooked the battlefield. However, the sky was filled with black light and crimson blood chi. She was elegant and cold, but she was exuding a demonic aura. A celestial venerable from the martial madman's lineage had arrived. Moreover, she was a person with shocking talent. In the Yang realm, celestial venerables were considered high-level combatants. This was because 99% of the stronger beings were old monsters at the end of their lifespans, waiting for their deaths in the mountains. Experts needed time to accumulate strength. Most of those who could reach the celestial venerable realm were already old. As for almighty beings, they were like candles flickering in the wind. There was a saying in the Yang realm that celestial venerables could control most major events and were in their prime. Those at the higher realms were weaker than the last. Even survival was a problem. It was impossible to rely on them to fight with their lives on the line and walk the world for a long time. Even among celestial venerables, only 10% to 20% of them were still full of vitality and could move about. The rest were on the verge of death. The appearance of a young celestial venerable like Yulan naturally drew gasps of surprise. She was famous and had boundless potential. The majority believed that she would have a smooth road ahead and become an almighty being in the end. With a whoosh, Yulan waved her hand, and a golden scroll flew up from the ground. It emitted blinding light and an oppressive energy aura as it fell into her hand. This was the second ancestor's decree. Ling, he hadn't had the time to unfold it from start to finish. Yulan's body was extremely divine and radiant. Everything within a radius of one zhang was hazy and resplendent, but outside of that area, there was surging black light and curling scarlet blood energy. This kind of contrast was quite strange. However, there was no doubt about her strength. After arriving here, she sensed the seriousness of the situation. She had originally thought that it was the Harmony Prefecture celestial venerables obstructing them, but now her hair stood on end. Was there an even more tyrannical being present? Martial Granduncle, be careful, Ling Yi said with a trembling voice. He finally had the courage to warn her. In truth, he didn't need to say much. Yulan was on full alert. She stared at number 9 and found the source of the terror. Dao friend, are you going to make things difficult for the martial ancestors' lineage? Yulan spoke. Her tone was cold as she retreated. It's not that I want to make things difficult for you, but you people always want to bully and humiliate our lineage. Just now, you even made Chao to kneel to receive the decree. Number 9 spoke faintly. It was rare for him to say more words. Dao friend, are you going to start a war? If you provoke the second ancestor and alarm the martial madman, you should know the consequences, Yulan reminded. Their lineage also referred to the martial madman as the martial madman when they mentioned their lineage's first ancestor. This wasn't anything disrespectful, but now those 3 words had a kind of demonic nature and had already become an unrivaled symbol. Yulan's tone was soft but firm. She mentioned the martial madman's second disciple and also the martial madman himself. This was originally enough to intimidate the world, but now it was useless. Number 9 coldly replied, "Who's afraid of who? At worst, we'll just fight." After he said these words, the world changed color. The wind and clouds surged, and even the sky cracked. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. A red whirlwind blew, and a rain of blood poured down. And when his eyes opened and closed, the world would instantly turn into day and night, constantly changing. This kind of phenomenon frightened many people. It was simply unbelievable. With just a single sentence from him, the world became abnormal. At this time, number 9 was in danger. He seemed to be declaring an all-out war against the martial madman's lineage. Rumble. At this time, Celestial Venerable Yulan was the first to act. She felt an extremely dangerous aura and had no choice but to attack first by taking out that decree. At this moment, the second ancestor's decree blossomed with dazzling golden light. It stretched across the sky as if the great Tao had descended. A series of characters appeared and were inscribed in the void. It was too terrifying. The kind of aura suppressed the battlefield, and millions of strands of golden light tore the sky apart. In a trance, it was as if a dignified old emperor was sitting high in the nine heavens, overlooking the mortal world. He coldly watched everything below as if he was looking at ants. Everyone knew that this was the martial madman's second disciple, the second ancestor. The evolvers on the battlefield were all aghast. The martial madman's second disciple could be so powerful. Everyone was horrified and shocked. It was hard to imagine how strong the martial madman was. It was because the decree second ancestor wrote before them was already like this, world-shaking, suppressing this battlefield. Everyone felt a sense of despair. In the face of this decree, in the face of those terrifying characters imprinted in the void, they felt powerless. Many people prostrated involuntarily. Their bodies didn't listen to their own will, and they directly surrendered and prostrated in worship. In the golden light, the second ancestor's projection was high up among the numerous characters. Peerless energy surged and swept through the heavens and the earth. The great Tao rumbled and trembled for him. At this moment, Number 9 was very calm. He only made a single movement, and that was to stretch out a hand to grab the sky. His movement was slow, but it was very powerful. In an instant, the void collapsed. It seemed to be a slow movement, but it was unavoidable. He directly grabbed the golden decree with force and decisiveness. The characters imprinted in the void all rumbled, but they were all retracted into the decree. As for the second ancestor's blurry figure, it was cut into nothingness by Number 9's palm. With a ripping sound, he directly tore the golden decree apart. The strange phenomena that filled the sky and all kinds of terrifying scenes disappeared, and the world was restored to peace. Everyone was shaken. This Number 9, who was like a living corpse, was simply immeasurable. He was ridiculously powerful. Second ancestor's decree was grabbed by him with a single grab, moreover torn into 2 pieces. At this time, he used one of the golden decrees to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the other to wipe the bloodstains on his hand. These were the dark red stains left behind when he gnawed on the thigh. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. That was the peerless and terrifying second ancestor's decree with boundless destructive power, and he actually used it as a napkin. It wasn't right to say that it was a reckless waste of natural resources, but this kind of action was indeed too unconventional and too terrifying. It scared everyone so much that their faces turned pale. At the same time, the talented female, celestial venerable Yulan had already fallen to the ground. People discovered that at some point her pair of snow-white slender legs had disappeared, and the roots of her legs were dripping with blood. Not far away, Number 9 was raising a white thigh and gnawing on it. It was too shocking. This was a celestial venerable, but Number 9, in front of everyone on the battlefield, in front of millions of evolvers, was chewing on it just like that. Everyone was shocked, and then they trembled. Following that, they felt their blood boiling, and some people wanted to shout. What did Number 9's action mean? Was he going to start an all-out war with the martial madman's faction? He was going to fight a decisive battle with the ultimate entity. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.